National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation Limited extends a very warm and hearty welcome to all dignitaries present here today at the NICDC's Investors Roundtable Conference 2022. Can we all please start with a round of applause? Thank you very much. I'm your host, Prerna, and I'm delighted and privileged to play host to such an accomplished audience. And as a good host should, I would like to thank each one of you for taking the time out and joining us for this conference. Thank you very much. Investors Roundtable Conference is organized by National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation Limited under the chairmanship of Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles. National Industrial Corridor Development Program is India's pioneering infrastructure program aiming to develop new industrial cities as smart cities and converging next-generation technologies across infrastructure sectors which can compete with the best manufacturing and investment destinations in the world. With this program, various employment opportunities will get created, leading to economic growth and overall socio-economic development. Through this conference, NICDC aspires to provide an insight on how these new cities are playing a pivotal role in infrastructure development in the Indian subcontinent, along with the future roadmap, specially aimed for the investor community. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives us immense pleasure to introduce and invite the distinguished dignitaries to the dais. We have the honor of being joined by Dr. Rajendra Ratnu, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, and Director, NICDC. Can we all please welcome him to the dais? Dr. Rajendra Ratnu is Joint Secretary, DPIIT, and Director, NICDC. He belongs to the Indian Administrative Service, Tamil Nadu cadre. He has an experience of 19 years in the field of land revenue management, rural development, and general administration. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Joining him on the dais is Shri Narendra Bhushan, IAS, CEO and MD, IIT GNL for Integrated Industrial Township, Greater Noida. Shri Narendra Bhushan is Chief Executive Officer, Greater Noida Industrial Development Authority and CEO MD, DMI-CII TGNL since September 2018. He is an officer of Indian Administrative Service of Uttar Pradesh cadre, having over 28 years of experience at various positions in Government of India and State Government of Uttar Pradesh. He has also served as Deputy Director General, UIDAI, from 2016 to 18. Shri Narendra Bhushan has a MA degree in International Development Policy and Diploma in Project Appraisal and Risk Management from Duke University, NC, USA. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please welcome on the dais Shri Harit Shukla, IAS, MD, DICDL for Dholera Special Investment Region. Shri Harit Shukla is presently working as the Secretary to Government of Gujarat and heading the Department of Tourism, Devsthanam Management, Civil Aviation, and Pilgrimage on the Gujarat state. He is the CEO of Dholera Special Investment Region Development Authority, a greenfield industrial city being developed near Ahmedabad, and Managing Director of Dholera Industrial City Development Limited. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri A.S. Ranganayak, IAS, MD, AITL for Shendra Bitkin Industrial Area. Shri A.S. Ranganayak has worked as Sub-Divisional Magistrate, Ahmednagar, Chief Executive Officer, ZP Nadarbar Collector, Jalna and Gadchiroli Commissioner, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. He currently holds the position of Joint CEO in Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation in Mumbai, where he also holds charge of the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. Additionally, he is the Managing Director of Aurangabad Industrial Township Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please welcome Shri Abhishek Chaudhary, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, Human Resource and Company Secretary of NICDC Limited. Shri Abhishek Chaudhary is the Vice President of NICDC. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India and is a gold medalist in law. He has worked in different domains in the government and with various multinational companies over the last 19 years. He has wide experience in the field of strategic planning and management, structuring of the projects, negotiations, secretarial and legal matters, project financing, public-private partnerships projects, etc. He has been associated with NICDC over the last 12 years. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the dais Shri Ashutosh Kanango, Chief Engineer, Integrated Industrial Township, Vikram Udyogpuri. Shri Ashutosh is BE Civil 1987 batch from CGSITS Indore. He is currently working as Chief Engineer in MPIDC Bhopal since April 2021. During his tenure in urban development departments up to 2016, he led various infrastructure projects of city planning, city water supply, sewage projects, master plan roads, sports complex, residential township projects, redensification projects of government lands. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we once again welcome all the eminent and distinguished dignitaries present on the dais. Thank you very much for joining us, for taking your valuable time for us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's officially kickstart the event. I would now like to invite on the dais Shri Rajendra Ratnuji, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, to set the tone of the event. Let's welcome him to the dais, please.
Good evening to all the dignitaries on the dais, to our Special Secretary Logistics, who has been the motivational force behind this thing, and all the participants from various SPVs, from government departments, from various industry associations, those other stakeholders, all of you, very, very good evening to all of you. You may be wondering what has happened to Industrial Corridor. We have never heard of such an event of this scale, and suddenly they are here. I think there was a lot of background work that was happening for years together, and one of the great gap that the investors were always pointing out was in availability of a developed land parcel. Land parcels that are futuristic, land parcels that have a trunk infrastructure, they have a plug-and-play infrastructure, and so this gap has been adequately bridged in the last couple of years, and earlier this whole organization was known as Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor Limited, DMICDC Limited. And now there is a reincarnation of this organization in the last couple of years, and our presence has increased to 18 states with 32 projects, most of them composite greenfield industrial smart cities, and a couple of them also multi-modal logistic hubs, as well as the integrated manufacturing clusters. And all this development, which has certain legitimacy given by the cabinet in terms of institutional and financial infrastructure, but at this juncture, this initiative has reached to 18 different states across the country in terms of 11 industrial corridors, and today we are National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation. Starting with one industrial corridor, the vision has reached to all the corners of the country. It caters both the social and the developmental objectives on one side, and on the other side, the very objective of ensuring that an investor-friendly, a ready-to-build infrastructure is created. Some of the features of this industrial is that it is futuristic in the sense that there is a huge component of information technology in the management of these smart industrial townships. There is also a convergence of industrialization and urbanization. Often we think and categorize these things into two different things, and we feel that let there be, this exclusively industrial cluster, and there is some zones that are for our recreation, something for residential. These smart cities are based upon walk to the work principle, based upon a better work and life balance by providing recreational zones in a mixed use where there's a focus on the residential and recreational and commercial areas as well as the industrial development. That way, there's an emphasis on reduction of the carbon footprints and to create a cities which are livable, where there's a easy to walk down to the workplace and are green and sustainable in all parameters, whether it is the recycling of the wastewater or whether it is in terms of the emission standards. At the same time, they are very investor friendly because we ensure that the powers of the planning are delegated to the special purpose vehicle that is created for that city, and also the entire clearances for the environment are given by the entire layout of that city. So you don't have to run out from pillar to post to get these clearances, and you have the land parcels that are already having environmental clearance, except when there is a red category or other kind of this thing. So I'll not take much time to build the context. I like to mention that there was certain apprehension by investors, whether this much of front loading of the money should be there, what are the incentives available. We have worked very hard with our NICDC team under the leadership of our dynamic CEO and MD, who is also our Special Secretary Logistics, and we have come up with a bouquet, a platter of land options in some of the SPVs, where there will be detailed presentations to you, and to see that how we can make the land-related policy initiatives which are based on the national and international best practices and which are impacting the land incentives, land transaction flexibilities, and regulatory enablers are also put in place. And these key policy initiatives are based upon the demand scenario, on the fiscal policy ability, and specific objectives of the particular SPV which has been there. So without being between you and our esteemed panelists who consist of the CEOs of the respective SPVs, we will be looking forward to hear from them. Our 4 industrial townships are fully complete with complete plug-and-play infrastructure, and there are a lot of anchor investors who have already, invested. We wanted to be very transparent in terms of telling, because tomorrow there should not be complaint that we did not know that such a great infrastructure is there. So there is an opportunity, there is a window, but this is not unlimited. So come, let us hear, let us understand, make investment plans, and grab this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now gear up for a presentation by Shri Abhishek Chaudhary, Vice President, Corporate Affairs, NICDC, to give an overall insight about the Industrial Corridor Program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Ramana Reddy, sir, ACS Industries Karnataka, Shri Amritlal Meena, sir, Special Secretary Logistics, TPIIT, and CEO and MD and ICDC. Naren Bhushan, sir, CEO, Greater Noida Authority, and CEO and MD of IIT GNL. Rajendra Ratnu, sir, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, and Director of NICDC. Haresh Shukla, sir, Managing Director, DICDL. My colleague, Ranganayak, MD, AITL. Mr. Ashutosh Kanungo, Chief Engineer of MPIDC. Fellow colleagues from various state governments and the SPVs. Delegates and the senior officers from different industry associations and chambers, CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, and PhD. Representatives from Japan Bank for International Corporation, JETRO, JICA, KOTRA, our distinguished investors, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a privilege to tell you about the National Industrial Corridor Program, the progress which has been made so far. And again, I'm honored that all the CEOs of the respective SPVs have spared their time to interact with the prospective investors, to tell about the challenges faced by the allottees to whom the land was given, and the kind of handholding support which is being provided to each and every single investor to resolve their issues in a very, very time-bound manner. The whole objective of this program is to develop greenfield industrial smart cities with completely plug-and-play infrastructure for the industries. And for doing that, we are keeping all things ready at the plot level so that you have to just come in, you have to just lay down your boundary wall, construct your factory, and start operations. So even after the land allotment, our role does not end. We handhold our investors till the time of start of the commercial production. So in terms of getting permissions, getting NOCs, getting environment clearances, getting other approvals which are required from different authorities within the state government, all those has been taken care of. And these CEOs are spearheading all the investor-related initiatives in their respective states. So with this, I'll just quickly start my presentation. So as Ratnu sir just mentioned, that we have started with Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor project. And that was the first industrial corridor project which was given to this corporation, which is NICDC. But now we have grown, and now we are working on 11 industrial corridor projects covering the length and breadth of the country. So these are the industrial corridors which we are working on. And these are based on the connectivity backbone, which is either provided by the western or the eastern dedicated freight corridor, or the national and the expressways or the national highways. Some of the salient features of these greenfield industrial smart cities are: we provide plug-and-play infrastructure, recyclable water, 24/7 quality power, effluent treatment plants, water treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, walk-to-work concept. So these are cities which are completely livable. It's not only an industrial city. Only 40 to 50% of the land area has been reserved for the industries. Balance is a mixed-use development, so you will have residential, commercial, institutional areas, open areas, parks, hospitals, universities, etc., etc. There is a complete transparent e-land management system whereby there is zero human intervention in the entire process of the land allotment. And as I mentioned in the beginning, there is a complete handholding support which is being provided to the investor. And these are the cities which one can vouch for the purpose of living and for the purpose of settling. These cities, as we have grown up and in the process of developing 11 industrial corridors, there are 32 new cities or the nodes which will be taken up for development. And these nodes have been divided on the basis of the land availability, on the basis of environment clearances, etc., into 4 different phases. So in phase 1, predominantly we will be talking about the first 4 cities which are already implemented. The trunk infrastructure is in place, and we have initiated the process of the land allotment. The one which are marked in yellow are the ones for which the detailed master planning, engineering, etc. has been done. Necessary approvals from the Government of India and the state governments have been obtained, and we will be starting the process of implementation very soon. And other cities are the ones which we are targeting to launch during the current financial year or probably by the next financial year. So these are the 4 phases in which the entire city development in and across the country has been distributed. So I'll not dwell upon each and every single city in detail, because we have the CEOs of individual SPVs. They will be talking much about their project and our project. So first city which we have developed, the biggest one, is Dholera Special Investment Region in Gujarat. The total area of the city is 920 square his presentation. Very happy to announce in the coastal regulated zone where no development activity was permitted, we have started allotting land for setting up solar parks. So Tata Solar Power has already commissioned and started supplying power from this solar park, which is to the capacity to the tune of 300 megawatt running out of Dholera Siazi area. Just a snapshot, total investments which has been mobilized till date in Dholera is around 5,000 CR. Around 8 lakh direct and indirect employment has already been generated. 244 acres of the land has been sold, 4 plots has been sold, and these are some of the anchor investors. Tata Chemicals, which has taken land for manufacturing the lithium-ion battery, Renew Power for setting up a solar wafer unit, and Torrent Power. Moving forward, we have Maharashtra, Aurangabad Industrial City, which is AURIC. This is the administrative building, and this is not the artistic impression for all of you to know. This is the actual photo and the actual image. This building itself has won 7 architectural awards. And in AURIC, the cities is being developed into 2 major parts, Shendra and Bitkin. The Shendra is comprising of 8.5 square kilometers, and Bitkin is 32 square kilometer, out of which 20 square kilometer, the plug-and-play infrastructure is completely ready, and the process of land allotment has started. As you can see from this slide, the connectivity backbone has been taken care of, right from the airport, augmentation of the national highways, the rail link, and connectivity to the ports. Moving forward, this is how Shendra and Bitkin looks like, the interior shots of the administrative building. This project was inaugurated and handed over to the country by our Honorable Prime Minister in September 2019. The industries have not only been allotted land, but you can see these images and see that the factories have come up. The process of commercial production has started in a very, very short span of time. Because for these cities, we have already taken up the environment clearance at the citywide level, which has reduced the process of seeking separate EC at the industry level, unless and until it is forming under orange or the red category. So in terms of investment highlights, around 5,300 crore of investment has been mobilized till date. 3 lakh employment opportunities has been created. Nearly 340 plots have been allotted, and 152 allotments have been made till today. So you can see the companies who have invested. Hyosung, we have a representative from Hyosung who will be speaking in the second part of this session. The South Korean giant in the spandex manufacturing. We have Endurance, we have NLMK from Russia, who's in the manufacturing of the transformer steels. Perkins from UK, Fuji Silvertech from Japan, Aero Tools, Kotal Films from US. So these are the companies who have actually set up and started the commercial production in less than 1.5 years. The third township is Integrated Industrial Township at Greater Noida, just 1 hour distance. We have Narendra Bhushan sir who will be speaking in detail about this project. This is 747 acre township. And again, connectivity to the Western DFC, connectivity to the Eastern DFC, connectivity to the logistic hub, Yamuna Expressway, Noida Expressway, all that has been taken care of before the project was conceptualized and delivered. This is how the integrated township project looks like. Hire, the Chinese major into the white goods, they have already commissioned their factory. And this is the factory which you see is roughly situated in an area of 50 acre, though Hire has taken 100 acre of land from us, looking into consideration their future expansion plans. And I'm very happy to share that this factory is already operational. They're manufacturing refrigerators from this factory as of now. We have President Hire who will be speaking in the second part of the session. In terms of investment mobilization, nearly 5,000 crore of investment mobilization has been done. Around 9,000 people have been employed. 158 acre has been allotted. 6 plots have been allotted. And we are, because this is a smaller township, we are left with only 11 to 12 plots more. So I think after this conference, there will be many more takers for these plots. The fourth township project, which is Integrated Industrial Township Vikram Udyog Puri in Madhya Pradesh, it is situated in between, equidistance between Ujjain and Devas. Again, the connectivity, etc., has been taken care of. This is how Vikram Udyog Puri looks like. Around 1,200 crore of investment has been mobilized with employment generation of 78,000 crore. Around 110 acre of the land has been allotted. We have Amul, Srinivas Pharma, Rich Soya. All these companies have taken plot and are on the verge of starting the construction. Just to give you a synopsis, this is how my current portfolio of land looks like. Out of the total activation area of 22.5 square kilometers in Dulera, 244 acre is already sold. Around 5,000 crore has been mobilized, and 2,100 acre land is already available for allotment. So these are the areas of the land which is available with completely plug-and-play infrastructure. And I welcome all of the investors who have presented this conference, and your colleagues and your friends, to definitely visit these sites so that you will be in a position to experience with the quality of infrastructure I am talking about. I'm not sure whether I'm able to give you a glimpse of it by way of my presentation, but definitely when you visit and experience it yourself, you will find a change. Some of the upcoming projects and very promising ones: Tumkuru Industrial Area in Karnataka. All necessary clearances, etc., has been taken care of. The shareholder agreement, state support agreement has been formulated, executed. SPV is in place. Land is available with us. Land has been transferred. Money has been released. Everything is in place. We are in the process of appointing the company who will be executing the works of trunk infrastructure. Very shortly, we will put shovel on the ground, and I am hopeful that this will also come into my bucket list. It will move down in the earlier parts of the slide, probably 1 year from now. Another one is Krishnapatnam Industrial Area in Andhra Pradesh, which is 2,005 acre of the development. Similar status as I mentioned in case of Karnataka. Again, all project preparatory activities are completed. Land has been transferred. We are in the process of tendering out and selecting the EPC contractor. Once we have the contractor on board, we will put shovel on the ground and start the construction activities. Then we have a multi-modal logistic hub at Nangal Chaudhary. It is situated very close to the station, Western DFC station of New Dabla. It's an 886 acre facility whereby we are developing phase 1 in nearly 650 acre of land. The entire land is available with us, SPV in place. The land has been transferred. The works relating to road connectivity, power connectivity, as well as the water connectivity has started. In fact, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation has started the work for laying down railway siding from the New Dabla station to the site. Then we have a multimodal logistic park and a transport hub at Boraki and Dadri. Narendra Bhushan sir will be talking about it in length. And this project also, the complete project preparedness activities has been completed. The land has been transferred. And again, the implementation activities are likely to begin very soon. Then we have another township projects of 7 projects which we are targeting for this financial year of 22-23 and 23-24, whereby the master planning, detail engineering, environment clearance, land acquisition, all these activities are at a very, very advanced stage. Once all these activities are done, we are done with our institutional and the financial structure, SPV in place, land transfer, and the start of the construction activities on ground, then we will start marketing these places. So if you are looking at a land in these particular states or these locations, then definitely 1.5 to 2 years from now, we shall be in a position to make this land available for you. The investor facilitation, because the whole theme of this roundtable conference is how NICDC, the SPVs, state governments, and all the officials present here are in the process of facilitating the investors in these times, because we all have been through the tough times of COVID, and manufacturing sector got impacted because of that. So we have come out with series of measures in every single SPV, in every single land allotment policy, just to facilitate the investors. There have been put on the options for different lease periods. Earlier, we were allotting the land only for a period of 90 years or 99 years lease. Now we have broken up and done it for 35 years, 60 years, 75 years, 90 years. Lease premium payment flexibility. Earlier, the payments were getting collected in first quarter or first 6 months of the land allotment. So now the option of giving deferred payments has been put up. Land has been given up on a rental model, whereby an option to convert it into lease at a later date is also available. Discount to the anchor and the early bird investor if there is considerable amount of investment as well as employment generation. Discount on early payments. So if you're not wanting to avail the deferred payment option, then early payment discounts are also available. And completely plug and play pre-built factory options are also available for the medium and small enterprises. So with this, I'll just close my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now proceed with brief presentations on plug-and-play infrastructure and available land parcels in 4 SPVs, followed by an open house for questions and answers. With all means of warm and friendly welcome, I have the pleasure to invite on the dais Shri Narendra Bhushan, IAS, CEO and MD, IIT GNL, for presenting on Integrated Industrial Township, Greater Noida at Dadri, and multi-modal logistics park and multi-modal transport hubs at Boraki. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, friends. Let me start by thanking Shri Meena, the inspiration behind today's conference, our chairman also, and Special Secretary DPIIT. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the dignitaries. In next about 10 minutes, I will speak about this wonderful investment destination, which is about 50 kilometers from this place. So can you, yes. So as you know, the industrial town of Greater Noida is very close to this place. And we have created an SPV 50-50 partnership with NICDC. So the speakers before me were talking about basically what an investor seeks. Apart from land parcel, apart from electricity, the major requirement of any investor is ease of doing business. And this slide, under a dynamic Chief Minister Shri Aditya Yogi, Uttar Pradesh has made a very high jump of about 10 positions, and now Uttar Pradesh stands second in ease of doing business. I also want to I request everyone to listen to 1-minute speech of Hon'ble Prime Minister when he was inaugurating PM Gati Shakti program.
अब देश की इंडस्ट्री को ऐसी सुविधाएं देने का प्रयास है जो प्लग एंड प्ले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से युक्त हो, यानी देश और दुनिया के निवेशकों को सिर्फ अपना सिस्टम लगाना है और काम शुरू करना है। जैसे ग्रेटर नोएडा के दादरी में ऐसी ही इंटीग्रेटेड इंडस्ट्रियल टाउनशिप तैयार हो रही है। इसको पूर्वी और पश्चिमी भारत के पोर्ट से डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर से जोड़ा जा रहा है। इसके लिए यहां मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक हब बनाया जाएगा। इसी के बगल में मल्टी मॉडल ट्रांसपोर्ट हब बनेगा, जिसमें स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट रेलवे टर्मिनस होगा, जिसको इंटर और इंटरस्टेट बस टर्मिनस मिलेगा, मास रैपिड ट्रांजिट सिस्टम और दूसरी सुविधाओं से सपोर्ट किया जाएगा। अब देश की
So if you look at the connectivity, this area represents the best connectivity in India as on today, because this area, these are the 3 projects which I will speak about. Abhishek has spoken about it. Multi-modal logistic hub, multi-modal transport hub, and integrated industrial township of Greater Noida. So this is the only area which is at present served by, or in future will be served by 3 airports. Apart from Indira Gandhi International Airport, the Hindon Airport is very close to it, which has started commercial flights from this. And you know the largest airport in India, Jewar Airport, will start its operations by end of December 2023 or early 2024. So only area in India being served by 3 airports. Talking about rail connectivity, you know, western dedicated freight corridors and eastern corridors, basically spur line, they intersect at Greater Noida at the Dadri, which we have leveraged to set up a multi-modal logistic hub. So the idea, I was listening when Prime Minister was speaking about Gati Shakti program. So our logistic cost will have to be reduced drastically so that our industries become competitive at the world stage. And the projects, the nation building projects like multi-modal logistic hub, so that as on today, if we have to evacuate any industrial goods to any port city or to any part of India, it takes 3 to 6 days. And because of these dedicated freight corridors, efficient infrastructure like multi-modal logistic hub, this timeline will be reduced to about 1 day from 3 to 6 days as on now. So in terms of rail connectivity, again, only place which is connected, which is like at the intersection of 2 corridors. EDFC also has a spur line from New Khurja to New Dadri. So New Dadri is coming as the junction point. Next one. So in terms of national highways, expressways, because of this eastern peripheral, so we are connected to virtually every part of India through expressways. And if you talk in terms of, go to the next one, please. In terms of metro connectivity also, in terms of rapid rails, so this area is again connected to Delhi. Next one. So these are the three projects which I was talking about. Multi-modal logistic hub, you look at freight village. So from this new Dadri junction, we are creating a rail over rail connectivity to multi-modal logistic hub, multi-modal transport hub again situated on this. So this is the master plan of integrated industrial township. As you will see, Abhishek was talking about it. There we have very small piece of land, 332 acres, out of which we have already allotted about 150 acres of land. Next one. So this is a city in itself. And as Abhishek was talking about, it is smart by design. I think I need not talk about it again and again. Automated waste collection system, utility ducts, basically cycle to work or walk to work. This is the concept being practiced here. Go to the next one. In terms of this city, as you know, is smart by design, in terms of smart governance, in terms of ease of doing business. So SCADA-based systems, integrated command and control system, e-governance, fully online land management system. And our land management system is such that you can apply land parcel as on today and at the end of every 15 days, on 15th or 30th, basically whatever applications have come, so we allot land in next 5 days. So the maximum waiting time for a land allotment is 20 days. Go to the next one. So these are the 6 investors. Higher, Abhishek again talked about it. An investment of 3,000 crores is the anchor investor here. And I'm happy to announce that they went basically into commercial operation date. They went into commercial production the last December. Chenfeng, again, a Chinese company who is not only into LED manufacturing, but they will be exporting LED in a big way to US, etc. F&D, J-Word, Korean company, Forme, and recently we have allotted land to this Guru Amardas International, which again is a supplier to companies like Haier and Samsung, etc. So you see, Haier is already, the unit is functional, and then the other 4 allottees, they are in advanced stage of construction. Guru Amardas, of course, we allotted land just after the election in Uttar Pradesh last month. So these are some of the snapshots about the infrastructure being available. Go to the next one. So automated waste collection facility. Go to the next one. Of course, 100% recycling, reuse water facilities. Go to the next one. So as you know, this is the plug and play facility. RMU buildings have been created at each plot, optical fiber connections, etc. Next one. Higher factory, Abhishek has shown it. Forme and Chenfeng, as I was talking about it, they are in advanced stage. So these are the only plots which are available to us. And we are sure that we will allot all these plots in next 6 months. So I request all the investors, please take these opportunities. Go to our website, you can allot. So 5 plots are in this range of about 4 to 7 acres. Again, another 7 acres, 7 to 10 acres, and 6 big plots from 10 to 13 acres. But we have this flexibility of amalgamating the plots, maybe dividing it if it is required. And we have different time of payment options, like depending on the flexibility the investor wants. So you can go for upfront payment, getting it 5% discount, or you can pay 30% and get land possession, and 70% can be paid in 4 years. So the second project, this was the first project, integrated industrial township. It has, of course, I mainly spoke about industrial plots. It has a residential and commercial facility also, and this whole ecosystem is supported by 3 sister cities of Noida, Greater Noida, and Yamuna Expressway. So you have basically not only ease of doing business, but in terms of ease of living also. So these are world famous cities, you know, the Formula 1 racing, JP, golf course, shopping malls. So ease of living also score very high. In fact, Greater Noida is popularly known as the university cities. We have 4 universities already there, and 3 more universities being set up now. In terms of manpower of any caliber, you want engineers, you want PhD, research scholars, anyone. So that manpower is available then and there. The second project which I want to talk about is multi-modal logistic hub, as I have already spoken. So Dadri is the junction of western dedicated freight corridor and eastern dedicated freight corridor. So this is the conceptual drawing. The red colors you see, that is the railway system which we want to create from New Dadri to MMLH. And basically, go to the next slide. So there are 2 parts. So this one, The investment we are expecting is close to 7,000 crore. This year, we will start attracting investment. Part of it comes through EPC contracts, which the SPV will undertake. The investment to the tune of about 2,440 crores. Some part of it is, of course, land cost. But then private developer, we plan to run this facility through PPP mode. Go back. So for 30 years, basically, we plan to bid it out this year through PPP mode for 30 years, so DBF40 basis, and the investment expected is more than 4,500 crores. So basically, PP partner will be taking every single operations once we create them, some basic infrastructure, like all the railway connectivity, the basic infrastructure will be created by us, but then all the warehouses, the logistics facility, the stuffing, de-stuffing, everything will be created and operationalized by the PPP partner. Go to the next one. So this slide shows what SPV will do. So the railway tracks and terminal station area, approach track, etc., and other trunk infrastructure will be taken care of by us. But then developer will be basically taking care of ICD, the warehousing, and all other operations. Next one, please. So another project is multi-modal transport hub. You know, we are very close to Delhi. And at present, the most of the manpower which comes from eastern part of India, from Bihar, from West Bengal, Odisha, northeast, eastern parts of Uttar Pradesh, they come to either like the Ajadpur railway station or to ISBT, etc., and congest Delhi. And from Delhi, they get staggered. So we are creating this at Bodaki, so Greater Noida railway station, from where 16 new passenger trains will start. And this is it's a multi-modal transport hub in the sense that this railway station, this will be integrated with ISBT, local bus terminus, as well as metro connectivity. It is said that sitting from here, if you have to catch a train to Kolkata, you can of course decide to go to New Delhi railway station, but if you think that you will miss it, you can still take a metro to this Bodaki railway station and catch the same train, starting 1 hour late from this place. So this will be the advantage of multimodal transport hub, if I can just mention it. So the people, all the manpower coming from this part of India can come to this junction, and from here can get scattered, can move to whichever part of North India, to Punjab, Haryana, Uttarakhand, NCR, can move from this place. Again, SPV will be doing some part, and you have a lot of commercial spaces there, open malls, etc. So we are planning a lot of investment. So we are expecting about 13,000 crores of investment coming through private sector, with about 1,500 crores of investment through SPV. Next one, please. So UP government has lined host of policies. Some of these policies are very, very attractive. So our system is like mega investment, basically, of more than 200 crores of rupees, mega plus more than 500 crores of investment, and super mega more than 1,000 crores. And our policies, so this is the basic policy, UP Industrial Investment and Employment Promotion Policy. So the basic principle is that if you invest in Uttar Pradesh, you get 80% of your investment back in about 7 years, mostly through SGST reimbursements, but then there are a host of other benefits also. Next one, these are some of the benefits which I have listed out, but as I explained, so 80% of the investment you can get it back. Next one. So these are sector-specific policies also. What this sector basically, IT, startup policy, electronics policy, ESDM policy, electrical vehicle policy, defense and aerospace, all these policies, this area, the whole area of Noida, Greater Noida, IIT, GIL and Yamuna, basically is the mobile manufacturing hub, is the white goods manufacturing hub, like LG, Samsung, Haier. Now they will become the first 3 companies in terms of white goods. Then in terms of mobiles, you have Samsung, you have Oppo, you have Vivo, all these companies. Data center hub of the North India, we have the largest data center of 250 megawatt by Hiranandani Group, by NTT Group, all coming to Greater Noida. So go to the next one. So these are the investment opportunity. This is my last slide, basically summing up everything, that you can come as an investor, as an industrial investment, as an IT investor, as an electronic investor, to IIT GNL, multi-modal logistic hubs, as an EPC partner or as a PP partner, or to MMTH, again same. And I have spoken about this, the last one, focus industries, our addresses. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for an insightful presentation. With due respect, I invite on the dais Shri Harit Shukla, IAS, MD, DICDL, for presentation on Dholera Special Investment Region.
Good evening, everyone. Shri Amritlal Meena sir, Special Secretary, DPIIT, CO and MD of NICDC. Shri Rajendra Ratnu, JS DPIIT. Shri Abhishek Chaudhary, Shri Narendra Bhushan ji, Shri Ranga Nayak Sahab, Shri Ashutosh Kanungo, all the representatives and delegates from various trade associations and bodies who have come here to attend this seminar, friends from media. First of all, I would like to thank NICDC for giving us this opportunity to talk about Dholera. Dholera, as we all know, is one of the most ambitious projects which has been taken up by Government of Gujarat in association with Government of India. We have already talked about the scale of Dholera. It is 920 square kilometers of area which will be developed over a period of next 20 to 30 years, which means that we will never ever run out of land for development for next 20 to 30 years, whatever your requirement may be. This area in contextual term has already been compared to Singapore. It is almost equal to the entire national capital region of Delhi, which we are talking about, in a state of Gujarat, which has always been an industry-friendly state and always boasts of a very robust infrastructure as far as road connectivity is concerned, port connectivity is concerned, air connectivity is concerned. Gujarat has always planned for infrastructure in advance, has always delivered on infrastructure. As we all know, a majority of Delhi-Mumbai Freight Corridor falls in state of Gujarat. Besides rail connectivity, port connectivity, air connectivity, we are also one of the states which have been successful in giving digital connectivity in terms of optical fiber has been laid out in almost entire state in every village of Gujarat. It is one of the few states which can boast of a pipeline grid, gas supply and water supply grid across the state. And that is why Gujarat contributes almost 17.4% of India's industrial output, 12.09% of the total renewable power capacity installed in India, and 11% of India's manufacturing units are in Gujarat, whereas Gujarat has a population and area of roughly 6 to 5% of the India. Gujarat has been one of the consistent performers across the sectors. It has ranked number 1 in Logistic Performance Index, Lead Index 2021. It has ranked number 1 in Good Governance Index 2021. It is one of the only state which has an operational PCPIR, which has attracted more than 27 billion of investment. As I said, it is one of the few states to have a fully functional statewide natural gas and water supply grid, 100% electrification, and world-class road and rail infrastructure. It has also been ranked number 1 in Export Preparedness Index 2021 and has been ranked as the best performer in all the state startup rankings by DPIIT in year 2018 and 2019. Gujarat has been consistently attracting majority of foreign direct investment in this country and also the majority of the number of industrial projects which are announced in this country. It is because of consistent performance and always delivering on our promises. We have a very lucrative, very attractive industrial policy 2020, which I'll talk about in detail, and also sector-wise policies related to aerospace and defense, MSME, plastic industries, electronic manufacturing clusters, labor-intensive industries for industrial park and for logistic parks. DICDL also, Dholera SIR also has a land allotment policy which gives a discount of 50% on the land rates for the early investors. For roughly 30% of the land, we are offering 50% of discount on the land, and land can also be allotted for the cluster and the park development in the SIR region. As we all know that Dholera is one of the 8 nodes being developed by DMIC in phase 1, and it is one of the biggest node covering an area of 920 square kilometers. If you look at the location of Dholera, it is in between Ahmedabad and Bhavnagar. A 6-lane expressway is being built from Ahmedabad specially for Dholera, and because of that, the distance of Dholera from Ahmedabad would be roughly 1 hour, 1 hour, 10 minutes. The next international airport of Ahmedabad is coming just next to Dholera. The nearest port is Pipavav port, and another port is being developed in Bhavnagar, which is also very near to 30 to 40 kilometers from Dholera. We have also acquired land along with the expressway for the metro connectivity, and at an appropriate time, high-speed rail connectivity will also be provided for Dholera. As has already been mentioned that it has largest footprint in terms of a new city, greenfield smart city being developed in India. I'll just talk about various projects at a glance which are being done in the Dholera SIR region. As I said, Dholera International Airport with 2 runways with approximate length of 4,000 meters are being done. That it is the next international airport of Ahmedabad, which is coming just next to Dholera SIR. The land, all the land is in possession. The tender has been done, and it has sent for approval for the central government. So we hope that the work on ground will be starting very soon, most probably after this monsoon. Ahmedabad Dholera 6-lane expressway is already being built on the ground and is likely to be completed by December 23. MRTS, as I said, that along with the expressway, we have already acquired the land for MRTS. The right-of-way is in our possession, and at an appropriate time, we'll be doing that. Out of this entire area of 920 square kilometers, right now we are developing what we call as an activation area, which is roughly 22.54 square kilometers, in which 50% of the land is industrial, 28% is residential, and as is in other cities, the services are at the plot level. We also have a lot of area which is in CRZ, more than 400 square kilometers of area, in which we have got environment clearance for a solar park. As of now, a 4,400 megawatt solar park is also being developed, out of which 300 megawatt has already been commissioned by Tata Power. We are also in process of developing a multi-modal transport hub. And we are developing Bhimnath-Dholera freight light connecting to DFC. So the tender for this project has also been done. So through this last link, we will be connecting to Delhi-Mumbai freight corridor. This is from Bhimnath, which is from the last station of Western Railway, and Dholera is the last missing link which we are doing. I think I'll not talk about it, but the plug-and-play infrastructure is common to all the nodes in NICDC. So this is infrastructure which has been planned for next 30 years, dig-free, and all the services are at the plot level. What is also unique about Dholera is the plot size and the availability of land. Perhaps Dholera may be the very few places in this country where we can offer land of any size ranging from 1.5 hectare to 100 hectare, or maybe 400, 500 hectares also, because we have plot sizes from 0.5 hectares to 150 hectares. And after combining the plots, we can offer plots up to 400 to 500 hectares also, and beyond that also. So this is what is very, very unique about Dholera, that we have various options of plot size. As I had said earlier, roughly 48% of the area is industrial, 28-30% of the area is residential, 15 to 20% area is for the green areas. So as this is a city which is being planned for the future, we have already allotted land for Tata Chemicals, 126 acre, Renew Power, 100 acres for Torrent Power and HPCL. And we are in advanced talk with the other agencies, other industries, out of which Cheripal, Avada and Polycab have already applied for land to Dholera. So roughly, I think we have land application for more than 400 acres as of now. This is just to give a picture of what is the exact situation on the ground, because we keep talking about Dholera, but now Dholera is ready to welcome all its investors. We have seen how this plug and play operates. This is a picture of before closing the basically the roads. This is how the infrastructure and the various plug-and-play facilities look like, various connections which are there available at the plot level. And this is how it looks after the roads are complete. These are actual photographs of Dholera. And we can see the first factory under construction in Dholera, which is the Renew Power factory coming up in Dholera. These are some of the photographs of the big plots which are available in Dholera. This is a sewage treatment plant which is also nearing completion, common effluent treatment plant which is also nearing completion. These are the pumping stations. This is our administrative and business center of Dholera, which can be used for all the people who put up their plants in Dholera. This building has an auditorium in ABCD building, an experience center, banquet hall, meeting halls. Torrent Power is the second licensee for Dholera to provide power besides the UGVCL. Torrent also holds the distribution license in Dholera, and one of the biggest selling points besides the infrastructure and the land is the cheapest land rate, cheapest power tariff which we offer in any industrial park in India. Torrent Power has the distribution right, and they have already made the 66 kV substation functional in Dholera, and have also built the 400 kV substation in the main activation area. This is also a canal front development photographs. We have used the entire mechanism of draining out the water from the city to a central canal, which has been developed into a canal front, and these are the actual photographs of canal front with a lot of gardens and open spaces in Dholera. This is the photograph of the first factory which is coming up in Dholera in a Renew Power construction site. This is 4,400 solar park which has been approved in Dholera with all the environment clearance. So one of the attractive things which we are offering to all the investors is if you want to build in Dholera, produce in Dholera, you can have access to green power. You can do your production through solar power. This is one of the big incentives that we are basically offering. Already 3,000 megawatt of solar park is functional in Dholera by Tata Power. It is an ideal location for all kind of industries which are non-polluting. It is defense sector, whether it's heavy industry, auto ancillaries, solar industries, pharma, electronics, IT, ITS, or agro and food-based companies. We are now ready with all the infrastructure. We have reached a stage where we are ready to welcome all the investors to Dholera. It is my request to all of you, and I extend a very warm invitation to all of you to visit Dholera and see for yourself. It is India's first platinum rated green city. I once again thank the NICDC for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for a remarkable presentation. I now take the opportunity to invite on the dais Shri A.S. Ranganayak, IAS MD AITL, for presentation on Shendra Bitkin Industrial Area.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais and dear friends, I am here to present to you the Auric city. Can we start? Yes. Before moving to Auric city, a snapshot of macro view of the state of Maharashtra. This accounts to Maharashtra state accounts to 14% of the India's GDP. In terms of manufacturing, we contribute around 15% of output. Growing digitization, you have the maximum number of internet users in the country. Largest share in FDI inflows. Leader in exports, best colleges in India. Per capita income highest in Maharashtra in the country. Mature infrastructure. Length and breadth of Maharashtra has very beautiful infrastructure in terms of say highways, airports, and along the coastline you have good amount of port infrastructure. You have good quality workforce in terms of IT, in terms of automobile sector, pharma sector, also in terms of defense sector. Auric city has been developed as part of this DMIC corridor development. We are MIDC is the state industrial development promotion agency. Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, which is holding 51% equity, the contribution in terms of, the land. And NICDC having 49% of, the share. AITL is the, the name of the company, Aurangabad Industrial Township Limited, but it is being marketed as the brand name given is, AURIC, which stands for Aurangabad Industrial City. So this is our, brand, this thing. This has been like inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister of India in 2019 and dedicated to the nation. This is one node of, Abhishek ji has pointed out in his presentation. Shendra, Bidkin are two different, disjointed nodes, situated in Aurangabad. This is the Shendra node, wherein, the land use and the allotted area, the area that has been sold is, shown, and the land rates have also been like shown on this thing. Almost 50% of industrial land has already been sold in Shendra. We also, sir, have started, allotting commercial as well as residential plots also. This is the second node, which is called Bidkin. The first, the table shows the entire, the land breakup, 3245 hectares. And of this, we are like developing in phase 1, 1160 hectares, which we are like trying to promote this Bidkin area specifically. The most important advantage which Aurangabad has is about its location. With regards to airports, the Aurangabad airport is, like 20 kilometers or 14 kilometers near to the site. Pune airport is around 258 and Mumbai is around 380. And eastwards, we also have Nagpur. With the new Samruddhi Mahamarg, it would be just 4 to 5 hours to reach even Nagpur also. With regards to port connectivity, to the east of Aurangabad, you see Jalna dry port. This is one of the dry ports being, developed in Maharashtra apart from Wardha, wherein this is being developed actually by JNPT. So this is as good as a regular port. It's just a dry port. You can load your cargo or unload your cargo. You get all the custom clearances and all the formalities which you need for export-import business. So that is just, around 30-40 kilometers from this place. JNPT is 370 kilometers, and Dighi port, which is also being right now developed, is around like 400 kilometers from this place. So the first, the major, the line you see, the blue, thick blue one, that is the new expressway that is being developed by the state of Maharashtra, connecting Nagpur with Mumbai. Regularly, sir, before this thing, we used to take 16-17 hours by road to reach from Nagpur to Mumbai. Now with this expressway, we will be reaching, end to end in 8 hours flat. The biggest advantage of this entire project is for Aurangabad. So Aurangabad will be now the central location for the entire, stretch of this expressway. 4 hours eastwards, you reach Nagpur, and 4 hours west, you reach Mumbai. So right now we take around 2.5 to 3 hours to reach Pune. This will be taking 4 hours. So this is the next Pune, which I envisage that this will be very big, potential area. And in terms of, comparing with Vidarbha also, Vidarbha in Nagpur, you have good amount of, defense sector industries established there. Also textile industry. In Pune, you have automobile. Aurangabad, you have automobile also. So all these sectors, you can, they can converge at this mid location in Auric. So the entry and exit to the Samruddhi Mahamarg is also through Auric city. So any, traffic coming in or going out has to pass through our Auric city. With regards to railways, sir, the Karmad railway station is bang within our site. So I am told, sir, ki railways is coming up with, double laning of this entire thing. In future, we will have a very good rail and freight connectivity also from, Auric city. Aurangabad is around 25 kilometers. And Jalna and Pune are also within reach. I will not go through this detailedly. This is already covered by my colleague Abhishek. This is also common for all. These are some snapshot of infrastructure that is available in Auric. The CETP, the Auric Hall, Central Control Room at Auric. So all the entire establishment is based on SCADA. All the facilities that are being given. So we can control that thing from this control center. Maharashtra has, sector specific policies also. So that I have highlighted here. Details of all these policies would be available on ORIC website. So anyone of you can go through that. This specific thing I want to mention, in Maharashtra we have categorized entire state into different zones based on industrialization / backwardness. So entire state A and B is one category, C, D, D plus, and the other category VM, RSD. So we come under this Marathwada, Vidarbha Marathwada region where industrialization is very meager. So ORIC comes in this location. So all the incentive structure which have been given to the on the other side are applicable to investments in ORIC from the state of Maharashtra. So this is one thing. Going to specific benefits under land disposal policy of ORIC, based on the COVID experiences and requests that have been come up, we came up with lease options for shorter periods. Now that business cycle and with the increasing technology, the technology changes, the business cycle would be 20-25 years, and after that if I need to upgrade or change into another activity, so I may or may not, I cannot foresee the technical changes which may come up. So you can also have a short term lease for the land you are taking for 35 years. Post that you may renew that to 95 regular lease, or you can move out also. That option is there. Then lease premium payment flexibility. Now we have introduced installment system where you can pay your land premium on installments like any EMI. So spread across 3 to 5 years. We are also coming up with this land on rental model also. And pre-built factory model, we are working on this, and shortly we will come up with some good pre-built factory models. So this is a snapshot of the investors who are already in ORIC, the total investments and the land that has been allotted. Almost 130 companies have been allotted land. Apart from this, there are number of commercial entities and also residential plots that have been allotted. Industrial ecosystem around ORIC. So ORIC is is one center apart from major MIDC areas within Aurangabad, like Chikalthana, like Python industrial area, Waluj, Shendra. They are very prominent industrial areas in Aurangabad. So thank you. Any queries regarding investments in ORIC with regards to ORIC can be message to us, mail to us. We'll be ready to answer to all the things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for an effective presentation. With due respect, I now invite on the dais Shri Ashutosh Kanango, Chief Engineer, IIT VUL, for making a presentation on Integrated Industrial Township, Vikram Udyogpuri.
Good evening, all the dignitaries present in this venue. I, Ashutosh Kanango, I am presenting this Vikram Udyogpuri. The Vikram Udyogpuri is placed at Ujjain city, between Ujjain and Devas city. Both are the cities are well known for these various industries. In Devas, there are a lot of large industries are there already existing, and in Vikram Udyogpuri also, we have created a very nice facilities for the industries to start with immediate effects. Next, please. As far as MP is concerned, MP is the second largest states in terms of area with 7.77 million population. We have 50% of the Indian population connected with all surrounding states. Very well road connectivity of around 230,000 kilometers. All clearances in our state within 30 days. We are 4th ranked in EODB. So, very well environment for the industrial setup. As far as MP's connectivity is concerned, being in the centrally placed, we are well connected with the various corridors, north-south corridor, east-west corridor. Delhi-Mumbai Expressway is also very near to this Vikram Udyog Puri, and within a reach of 100 kilometers and around 1 hour journey we can reach to the this Delhi-Mumbai Expressway. So apart from this, we have inland container depots available in 6 inland container depots. There are various 5 commercial airports and all these other upcoming projects also there. The Atal Progressway, Narmada Expressway, Delhi-Nagpur Industrial Corridor in the state. The VOL is concerned, this is the connectivity showing this slide. This is the Google location of our Vikram Udyog Puri. Distances from Ujjain, Devas and Indore. The Vikram Udyog Puri now. We have total 1100 acres of land here, and out of which we have dedicated this 360 acres for the medical device park, which has been sanctioned by the central government recently in the month of February. I would like to show a film also what we are going to develop in the medical device park. This is the map of our Vikram Udyog Puri. It is spread on our around 9 kilometers. One side from Devas, it is around 15 kilometers, and second side is around 10 to 9 kilometers from Ujjain city. Various plots you are seeing in the right side of the map are dedicated to the medical device park. It is well connected with the railway line also. Railway siding is also proposed in this Vikram Udyog Puri. These are the uses-wise area available in the park. Around 255 acres of land is available with us for the industrial purpose. Very cheap rate, 1,736 rupees in comparison to the current market rate. Plot size are also reasonable from 0.5 to 22 acres. Apart from this, commercial, public, semi-public and residential plots are also available in this Vikram Udyog Puri. All the infrastructure facilities are all available in this park. These all facilities are already developed in the park. 24/7 power. The MP state is power surplus state. So no shortage of power, no power cut is there in the MP. No use of inverter is there in MP. We have installed capacity of 3 number of the 33 kV power substation along with the 132 kV power substation also. Water supply is concerned, 24/7 water supply is available 10 MLD capacity WTP is also placed in our park. Overhead tanks and all facilities are already also there. And we are supplying water with full capacity. Drainage and sewerage system are available. Sewerage plant, solid waste management system, all are placed in park. These are the some details of this park, what setup we have in our park. These are the glimpses of our park, readily available admin block, entry security system, roads and all this. I will show a film, it will show you in a very clear way. The substation is also placed, sewage treatment plant, water treatment plant. These are the details of some of the industries already purchased the plots and started their business in our park. Around 12 industries are already purchased the plots. 110 acre is already sold out. We initiated with a discounted rate initially, and around whole discounted plot are already sold. We have come up with the medical device park also, and in this medical device park, the government of MP is extended hand to give additional benefits, and we are providing land in installment basis. Initially upfront only we are taking 1 rupee per square meter, and in 33 years at the rate of 20 rupees per square meter per annum, we will be taking from the investor. And all common testing lab, R&D facilities will be available in the park itself, along with the plug and play facilities and other infrastructure. We already have the state policies for the other industries, ranging around 40 to 10% of the benefits based on the investment and the employment provided. Apart from this, the green industrialization and plant charges reimbursement, tariff rebates, all facilities are available in the park. Thank you very much. With your due permission, I would like to show a film on the medical device park we are proposing.
I think time hai it is hardly 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for an admirable presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the House is now open for questions. Few pointers before we start. Please keep your questions brief and to the point. Do mention the name of the speaker you wish to address. Please introduce yourself. And last but not the least, please raise your hand and wait for our colleague Rohit to hand over the mic to you. Rohit, can you please raise your hand so that the audience can identify you so we can start?
Thank you, and good evening to everybody. First of all, I like to congratulate the DPII, the NICDC, and other state governments, for conceiving and developing this 11 corridors and 32 projects, these industrial development corridors throughout the country. But I would like to draw the attention of the first presentation made by Mr. Abhishek, the Vice President NICDC. In his presentation, that I see that most of the country has been covered. Every part of the country has been covered, and the various nodes have come up huge. I think the investment has already taken place. But what I see that some parts of the India, particularly the northeastern part of the India, I think has been left out. And I see that Amritsar, Kolkata, AKIC, that corridor, it comes from the Amritsar and ends with the Kolkata. And just my question here is that whether this government of India, this ministry or the NICDC, whether they are proposing or they are conceiving that any kind of any new industrial corridors which can cover this northeastern part. Because northeastern part, it is very resource rich and it has huge potentialities. And if you have in a corridor, there are 7 states, which will be benefited. And that's why, I see whether, my question is that, whether there is any proposal for the government of India to extend this corridor or having a new corridor for the northeastern region. Thank you.
Thank you. Northeastern region is given utmost priority by this government, and it is heart of its all schemes. I like to mention to you that ADB, under ADB, a donor had constituted a study on feasibility of Northeastern Economic Corridor. The feasibility report has been submitted and it is under deliberations. Out of the feasibility report, once it is further examined, if there is a propositions coming out of that study based upon the viable proposition, surely we'll take that study forward. I'm also responsible for the northeastern region's industrial policy, and under PM Gati Shakti program, the whole idea is to break silos and to bring about more convergence of the schemes. So the constraints in the northeastern region is that since there are hilly terrains, the large stretches of land is required for setting up of this kind of mega industrial parks. So probably we are just deliberating upon some sort of a more which is appropriate to the northeastern region, which brings about a balance on the economic growth on one side and its ecological sensitivities that we do not go make too big. So on the once this economic corridor study, we go much into detail and study, we will be further seeing the possibility of what kind of appropriate industrialization we should be there. But definitely northeastern's industrial development is the utmost priority of the government, and definitely the coming period will be a golden era for northeastern region, that I can surely say.
My name is Victor Su. I come from the FOMI. Our company already invest one project in Greater Noida. So here, first I thank for the Narendra CEO. Thanks for the Abhishek, because thanks for your work, so our project is going on. Our project will be running by end of this year. So my question is, apart from these 4 cities, what industry nodes and cities are coming up for the allotment in near future? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Victor, for raising an important point. And this I have covered briefly in my presentation. But let me tell you, the nodes which will be ready for allotment in probably 1 to 2 years of the time frame are Tumkuru Industrial Cluster in Karnataka, Krishnapatnam Industrial Area in Andhra Pradesh, and also we are developing on the bank of Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor project two integrated manufacturing clusters. One is Rajpura Patiala in the state of Punjab, and we are also doing Prag Khurpia in case of Uttarakhand. So these are the 4 projects which will be coming up, and I should not leave Zahirabad is an industrial cluster in the state of Telangana, where the trunk infrastructure activities will be taken up in near future, and in next 1 or 2 years time frame, we shall be in a position to start the process of land allotment in these areas. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, sir. I am Kirti Dungarwal from Chinfeng Tech Private Limited. We have invested in IIT GNL Greater Noida, and our plant will be commissioned by next year. We are into LED lighting manufacturing, and we are the largest of our kind in the world. So I would like to know what are the relief measures being provided during the COVID times, and are these relief measures still available for investors?
Since it's related to specifically Noida, but I like to say in general that our different nodes have been giving, various kinds of relaxations during keeping in COVID, extended period for development, deferred payments, etc. That is SPV specific policy. I'll request our colleague Shri Narendra Bhushan ji to please highlight about the Noida part.
Kirti, as far as the state of Uttar Pradesh is concerned, Uttar Pradesh government has announced through a circular about some time back that 6-month extension has been given free of any penal charges for the development period, and this is being extended by another 6 months. And yes, these incentives are available as on today also. That means if you are time to develop the project ended any time after 1st of April 2020, so you will get additional 6 months plus 6 months. So 6 months GO is already there, and IIT GNL has recently adopted it, and the process for another circular of extending it by another 6 months will be issued by state government, and our chairman has already kindly in the last body meeting has authorized me that we can extend it immediately. So it will be extended by 1 year, even for next year also. Like if you are, suppose your time to develop ends on April 2022, so you can extend it by 1 year. Thank you. I think that answers your question.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to paucity of time, we will take 2 last quick questions.
Good evening. I am DP Goyal from PSD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I am a co-chair of MSME Cell. My question is that all the investments which we are looking for is for the very, very big industries, which is the basis of any growth of any industrial area. Do we have something for the MSME sector also? Now, if I talk about the MSME sector, I talk about the small plot size of 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The problem of the small scale industry is the movement of the labor at odd hours. Do we have any connectivity for the labor movement, any transport of the government or local or private? Now this problem is very unique in all the industrial areas which we have visited in most part of the country. Big industries have their own transport system, they have got buses, they have got other systems, but small industries always face this problem, and this is perennial. This has never been solved. The second thing that I would like to say is that big industries get power at extra high voltage, maybe at 66 kV, 33 kV or 132 kV. Interruptions are very rare in the extra high voltage. But when you come to the MSME sector, small sector, they get supplies only at 11 kV or even at 440 volts. Interruptions are too many in every industrial area. They put a shutdown for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours in different zones of that industrial area. Although the incoming supply is not interrupted, but the distribution system in the industrial area is not strong enough to give an uninterrupted power supply to the industries. Now, can you highlight this thing in your scheme also, that this particular industrial area is interruption free? You can assure uninterrupted power supply throughout the year. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for raising a very important issue with regard to MSME. Let me tell you that out of the 173 plots which we have allotted, more than 130 plots have been allotted to MSMEs. And we are in the process of, we have small parcels of the land in all the 4 cities which we are developing and selling, whereby the plots are available for MSMEs. Regarding power distribution, definitely
just
the
one point related to MSME.
Sir.
Also, our IMs integrated these clusters which are industrial development cluster, what you call them, IMC?
IMCs.
Manufacturing clusters. They are the smaller set, and for example, Prague, Kurpia, which is under this thing, some of those proposals are in pipeline, which are exclusively made for, more suited for the MSME sector. And entire investment by the state so far has been, if you see, more to, towards MSME only. So it is both, it is not that we are not aware about the problem of MSME. I'll request my colleague to reflect upon the issue of the power, uninterrupted power.
Power distribution, in most of the cases, the power distribution network is being created by the SPV. So it's not the state DISCOM which is creating the power distribution network. For example, in case of Dhulera, the torrent has been given the distribution license. In case of Aurangabad, our SPV has already taken a distribution license and has become a DISCOM. So it's not only the availability of 24/7 power, it's basically we are assuring 24/7 availability of quality power. And at the same time, power availability at a very subsidized rate for the industry, because once we are becoming a distribution company, the cross-subsidization which happens because of supplying it to agriculture, etc., gets reduced. So power rates in Dhulera and Aurangabad are quite competitive. And in case of Greater Noida, we have again created our own power distribution network by involving Siemens, etc. Thank you.
Last question.
Hi, good evening all. My name is Praveen Malik and I represent FND, and we are going to have an investment of almost 300 crores in IIT GNL. So here my question to the authorities is that are we planning for any cluster-based manufacturing system, that is CBM, because it is the base of the countries who have grown very fast in this particular sector, because if automobile sector is there, their subsidies and their ancillaries, they are nearby. They can, the ease of logistics and ease of doing business can also be put forward in this segment. Like if I talk about IIT GNL, it is a very, very, outstanding industrial area. And that's why we choose to have an investment over there. But again, if I talk about the small vendors, which we are need to target, because in the same area we have the hire also, which is in the same segment what we are planning, and for me as well. So we are also looking for, it's a cluster-based manufacturing should be, is in place. It will be good for all the segments. So this is my questions to you. Thank you.
If I talk in terms of like you have spoken about IIT GNL, so as I spoke during my presentation also, so if you look at IIT GNL, we are 4 cities actually: Noida, Greater Noida, Yamuna Industrial Development Authority, and IIT GNL. So if you look at these 4, they are already in the form of cluster. Our, like, as you have spoken about it, our biggest strength is, of course, now into electronics manufacturing, white goods manufacturing, mobile manufacturing, parts of all of these. The whole supply chain is coming here. And also now we are going into this. So some sort of cluster-based manufacturing is already happening. And we, being in IIT GNL, we are a very, very like small that way, less than 1,000 acres of land. But we plan to get another 4,000 acres of land for IIT GNL phase 2. So there we can again think of all these things. So cluster-based is already happening, especially in 2-3 sectors. In our sister authority of Yamuna, we are again coming out with a medical device park like Mr. Ashutosh spoke about. So, and we are having on textiles, our UP government has started something known as ODOP, one district, one product. So every district is being highlighted for whatever basic strength. You know, Firozabad Galas Industries, Muradabad Brassware, Aligarh Yogo, other things, etc. So, and then that particular industry is being promoted. So the whole cluster approach is being promoted through various initiatives all over UP also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. For more questions, you can connect with the speakers offline during the tea break. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the distinguished speakers on stage. Thank you very much for your valuable time in joining us for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now pause for a 15 minutes tea break. Kindly be seated by sharp 7 p.m. as our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, and our guest of honor, Shri Som Prakash ji, will be joining us soon. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the session in some time. We request all of you to kindly settle down. Thank you. You may quickly finish your refreshments and please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with the session. In no time, we request all of you to kindly settle down. Please be seated. Our chief guest will be joining us in some time, so without holding any further, we will begin with the session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to introduce and invite the following distinguished guests, one by one, to the dais to share with us their views on Industrial Corridor Program. We will first invite Shri Vinod Sharma, Chairman, National Committee on ICTE Manufacturing, CII and MD, Deki Electronics. Shri Vinod Sharma is a successful entrepreneur, has spent 25 passionate years in shaping Deki Electronics Limited into a world-class film capacitor manufacturer. He plays a very active role in the electronics community in India, investing a substantial amount of time and effort in serving the industry associations and representing the industry at several stakeholder interventions. Can we all please welcome Shri Vinod Sharma on the dais, please? A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. While we are waiting for our chief guest, the Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Also, we are waiting for Shri Som Prakash, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Anurag Jain ji, the Secretary DPIIT, Amritlal Meena Saab, I think, who's the architect of what we are seeing and witnessing today, the Special Secretary Logistics at DPIIT, and the CEO and MD of NICDC. Senior government officials here, my colleagues from the industry, leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a very, very proud privilege to be here today amongst you this evening. While I was listening to the fantastic presentations made by the four schemes that we saw this evening, I was reminded of my own times 10 years ago, so kindly indulge for a minute in the experience that I had at that point of time in a state that I won't name. We were expanding our capacity at that point of time. The government, the ease of doing business, the ease of livelihoods was very, very different from what it is today. So in a short span of 8 to 10 years, I think we have really traveled a long distance. But at that point of time, I remember that getting an extra acre of land to expand our operations was a major negotiation. The amount of money that was being asked both officially and not so officially was something that at least my company could not afford. And the result was that I decided to invest that money in China. I decided to go and make an arrangement in China, use all the factors of manufacturing that were available to us in China, namely land at very cheap rates, a fantastic factory with a whole ecosystem, the whole supply chain working there. Within the premises of our factory in Shenzhen, we also had employee hostel, we had a basketball court, and these young boys and girls over there were given 3 very healthy meals. They could watch television, play basketball in their free time, and operate in 10 to 12-hour shifts. I'm very, very glad that in the last 8-10 years that transition was made. We divested out of that company. And my factories are now in Noida, and on each factor of production today, we are getting closer to where we were at China. Thank you. I think what I saw this evening, thanks to all of you, is an answer to that question I had. Why do I have to go to China and employ 600 people there, whereas I could have done the same business with 600 Indian brothers and sisters working with me? These kind of facilities, this kind of infrastructure, plug and play that you mentioned to me, the kind of ease of doing business that you're talking about is truly a dream come true. And I cannot but agree that the $5 trillion GDP goal that our Honorable Prime Minister set for us seems much closer than when it was announced. So thank you very much for putting all this together. I think this conference gives us a platform to take a deep dive into the importance of Indian industrial infrastructure development in our country, and also gives us an opportunity to reimagine the India as a hub for futuristic industrial cities. No longer when we go abroad, we'll be told that China is the factory of the world and India is the BPO of the world. I think our time to be established as a manufacturing and export hub for the world has now arrived. The same was done, in fact, like I mentioned, not only in China, but before that in Taiwan, South Korea, and earlier in Japan. Manufacturing, and especially manufacturing from the sector that I come, electronics, IT, technology, has actually allowed us as a launchpad in these countries to double, triple, and quadruple their GDPs within a period of 10 to 20 years. That's exactly what we ask of today. If I ask myself as an entrepreneur, what is my responsibility? It is to convert capital into meaningful, sustainable jobs. I was not able to do that, quite honestly, because of a lot of these factors that were missing. Electricity, getting electricity, the monopolization of electricity, the fact that in spite of having electricity from the grid, as somebody mentioned in the MSME sector, you have to have literally your own little substation within your factory to monitor the power, quality, etc. If all this comes true, and I am sure it is coming true, then a lot of that will get achieved. The ambitious National Industrial Corridor Development Program has been conceived, of course, as we know now, to connect some of India's key economic centers to promote world-class manufacturing and transform India into a global manufacturing hub. The factors of production that I mentioned, we know are, and I always say that I'll put it as a figure. If you take the 3 factors of production, which are really beyond the competitive control of any one industrialist or businessman like me, which means competitiveness outside my factory walls, that is the cost of energy, the cost of logistics, and finally the cost of finance that's available in that country. And I'm very happy that at least 2 of them are getting answered here in an extremely efficient manner. The development of these dedicated industrial zones across the country will ensure the availability of such high quality resources, we are sure, to both large, and I'm very happy also to medium, and as we were assured a little while earlier, to medium and small scale industrial players. These industrial nodes and projects being developed under this program, I'm sure will facilitate investments, manufacturing, jobs, and what I think is the most important, development of robust global value chains. Because at the moment, even in electronics, we've been able to come to what I would call assembly. We are all very aware that what got us to assembly will probably not get us to manufacturing. And what you're doing here is actually a trigger for us to step up from assembly, go deeper in the value chain and add more value within the country we love so much. The recently announced Gati Shakti plan will be at the core of this industrial corridor program. Seamless connectivity between industrial nodes as part of the Gati Shakti will offer India a multi-modal transport advantage. Combined with reduced travel times, as you said, walk to home or cycle to home, this will improve industrial productivity and enhance the capabilities of cargo and labor inputs across industrial sectors. My factories are in Noida, and I know Bhushan sir is here. This is the primary, and it was probably thought of 35 years ago as an industrial house, and as was pointed out, I think, by some audits recently, a lot of that land went to non-industrial users, as is possible, because you're so close to Delhi, cost of land will go up, and people will find other more profitable uses to that. But one thing that I still think is a burning issue, and I'm sure that you're going to answer it, Meena sir, is the fact that in an industrial cluster like Noida, the directors and owners like us, of course, can buy a good piece of land and make a very interesting house. Our managers can do that, but the workers can still not afford, even after 20, 30 years of work, they cannot afford a house. And I see that now that we have land at these rates available, can we innovatively think of a scheme where industrial worker hostels, not necessarily belonging to the businessmen because there are labor and union and negotiability issues with that, but if we can have we can have areas for low-cost housing as hostels for employees, which might be paid for by us, by the entrepreneur in bulk, and with a scheme where if the worker works with us for 10, 15, 20 years, he slowly pays off for that house, and then at the 10 or 15 years, that house could be his. Now, that could be a fantastic model, in my opinion, because at the moment, to think of industrial competitiveness without taking the welfare of our workers in mind, I think will not be sustainable. And that's something that I just had as a suggestion to leave with you. There were several very, very good examples. I do want to point out one, and I'm very happy that many companies already here from China, from Korea, and of course from within our own country have already shown interest and taken plots. Over the long run, such large-scale investments are likely to drive the country's shift from basic industrial sectors to relatively high value-added manufacturing in areas such as I mentioned, electronics, defense, aerospace, renewable energy, automotive, and pharmaceuticals. At the end, I would only say that there is only one regret I have, that I was born 20 years too early. Stars for India are lining up in every which way, from political policy to the way bureaucrats are handling policy, to what we are able to do as entrepreneurs. I just wish I was born 20 years later, because I think the future ahead of us is extremely golden. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Shri Narayan Rao, Chairman, Civil Aviation and Airport Council, ASSOCHAM, and Deputy MD, GMR Group. Shri K. Narayan Rao, hailing from Ichapuram in a backward district of Srikakulam of Andhra Pradesh. He is the first chartered accountant from his native place. He joined GMR Group as Managing Director of GMR Industries Limited, overseeing 4 manufacturing units. He then moved to Delhi International Airport, associating from the stage of foundation stone in the year 2007 and continuing in the last 15 years. May we all please welcome Shri Narayan Rao on the dais, please. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much for nice introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and captains of industry. It gives me immense pleasure to be amongst you this evening and share my few thoughts on behalf of ASSOCHAM, the excellent program we conducted, and just to bring the awareness and what is happening through the industrial corridors and investment zone. My few points, what is it? Today at higher level, maybe at PO level, minister level, secretary level, ease of doing, everybody is talking. But is it percolating down at the operating level? Maybe at when you deal with executive engineers, assistant engineers, or lower level, the same kind of thinking and the approach is not there. They still feel that good olden days. So therefore, what is need of the hour is, according to me, the percolate down, the ease of doing should be at all levels, because we have to work at a working level with the lower people. Every day we can't go to minister or secretary for small things. Therefore, the ease of doing, the entrepreneur life should be made easy. It should not be made miserable. So if you suppose after allotting that we have to start industry, he has to apply for a building plans. He has to apply to pollution control for consent to operate, consent to establish these things. So if you see the practical aspects, really the one has to struggle. So these are the areas where a lot of improvement is required. An industrialist entrepreneur who is starting, whether in these corridors or anywhere, this ease of doing business should be at working level so that things will be much faster. The experience of the entrepreneurs will not be measurable, it will be happy. That's first thing. Second point is that there should be some sort of, instead of running pillar to post, a single window concept. Let there be one agency come who should coordinate with all the people and arrange in a time-bound program, where you call 15 days, 30 days, 60 days, whatever that. The approvals should be, if it's not coming, it is deemed to have been approved, so that he is not made to run to pillar to post. And he gets, so that at least he can concentrate his time and resources, everything on the production and for his business, not to be after everybody to get the clearances and all those things. Apart from that, these factories, units, when they invest, most challenge this, the receivables, especially to get the receivables from the government, PSUs, anybody. MSMEs are run real problem. They don't get the working capital adequately. They face the problem. On site, they don't get the receivables. So this is one area, great. Everybody should realize, if you say 30 days credit or 40 days credit, they should pay in time. It should not be made to run theater. This is one area support is required. Apart from that, most of the industries, especially at holding company, if they're investing in the projects, separate projects, SPV level, maybe infrastructure projects or industrial units, they borrow funds, holding company, and invest in units. So today, If they borrow, they have to incur interest to the banks. That interest expenditure is not allowed on the income tax. They say to borrow and invest, you should get the dividends. So out of dividends also, only 20% of the dividend is allowed as expenditure. Suppose I incur 100 rupees as interest on borrowed funds. I don't get dividends, no set off. If I get 50 rupees dividend, 20% of that 50 rupees, 10 rupees allowed. So this kind of restriction from the income tax should be relaxed, removed. When you receive the dividends, you tax it, there's no problem. Because today, in the hands of recipient dividends, it is taxable. But when you borrow money to invest, that interest should be allowed, that income tax relaxation is required so that really people will come forward to invest. Apart from that, there should be robust dispute resolution mechanism. There could be, when you run the business, there could be disputes. So the system, there should be so that within a time bound, the dispute should be resolved, whether it is a court or something, so that his life is not made miserable. He knows, okay, in 3 months or 6 months, my dispute will get resolved. Then when you go for dispute before arbitrations and some regulators, yes, it takes together. Even after winning the awards, arbitration, you don't get money. They go for appeals. High Court, Supreme Court, years together it takes. So ultimately, when I have a case, if I win something, money should come. If they want to go for appeal, let them go for appeal, no problem. But at the same time, whatever is your award amount should be released so that it will be helpful to the business. Otherwise, you say, okay, you give bank guarantee. To give bank guarantee, bank will say, give me 100% margin and also pay bank guarantee commission. So to get 100 rupees, I have to spend 105 rupees. So this dispute resolution mechanism in time and the awards whenever comes, the release of the money should help the industry so that the liquidity will improve. The very purpose of unless he gets money, he cannot use in the business. He is stuck up. So he is always running below the post for his finance struggles, whether he will concentrate on the business or he will be after this litigation, disputes, banks and all these things. So these are the important things where in practical sense, a businessman, today a businessman understand pain, one should understand from the side, whether it is a government agency, anybody service provider, they have to understand and they in a society they treat it differently. Oh, he is doing business, he must be making a lot of money, he must be doing something wrong. That kind of attitude change, yes, they are there to facilitate. But if somebody is not following law or violating, you take action. But for the sake of 1 or 2 people, you can't make 98% people to suffer and face. So these are the small things. If the government can address properly at operating level, at lower level, at working level, and addressing the approvals, there should be timely approvals. Otherwise, it is a deemed approval. There should be considered single window concept. Clearance is required so that the life of entrepreneur, the life of business, the life of investor is made easy and he is allowed to concentrate on his business, for his business, so that he is not spending time and money for litigation and fighting with people. These are the few things, if they can take care, it will be much more beneficial interest and real progress can be achieved. Thank you very much with this.
Thank you very much, sir. To take the session forward, I'll now invite on the dais Shri Vipin Vohra, Chairman, Civil Aviation Committee, PhD, and Chairman and MD, Continental Carriers. Shri Vipin Vohra is the Chairman of Continental Carrier Group of Companies. He has served as President of Air Cargo Agents Association of India, elected in 2005 and 2007. He is currently a representative on the advisory board of ACAAI and co-chairman, Civil Aviation Committee for 4 years. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we just had tea. I think we can be a little more energetic. Thank you very much.
Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Amrit Meena ji, and, distinguished guests, we are all here to see what is happening in India today. The way the things are changing, I think in the last 40 years, we haven't seen that in the last 50 years. And to be very honest with you, this afternoon, when I saw these things, what is happening in India, I was astonished. Even I personally did not know, these things are coming up. and, the way the industrial towns are coming up. We as, PhD chambers, MSME, more related to MSME members, we really are interested to invest in these clusters for our productions, but we have to make sure that the policies which are being made should not be only for the big industrialists. It should be for MSME, small companies also. Now that is very, very important. Now, it is very easy to allot 100 acres or 50 acres or 40 acres, but what we are looking at is to our members, say a 1 acre plot, 2 acre plot, and facilities which can help these mid-size companies to establish them in India, in these clusters. That's very, very important. Now, other thing which is very important is the infrastructure in these clusters. Now, being in the logistics sector, I have been in the industry for almost like 45 years, 46 years in this business. Now, all these industrial, townships which are coming, you should think of giving some portion for logistics, for warehousing. If we really want to reduce the logistic cost in India, the warehousing policy has to be seen in a very different way. Today, if we have to store goods or the way these e-commerce companies are coming, if the factories are 100 kilometers away or 200 kilometers away, the logistic cost is going to be high. And as it is, as you know, in India, the logistic cost is very, very high as compared to other European countries and United States and other countries, So we have to make sure that the logistic cost is low, and that is only possible if the government, if the clusters which are coming like textile cluster or even toy clusters or electronic clusters, there should be some space marked for logistics. I'll say even 5%, space just be allotted to the warehousing and to other, logistics. Now these multi-modal parks and, these big SEZs and all, they're good but they are big industries or big investors can go and apply for multi-modal parks and all those things. But the real people who are handling the cargo freight or logistics are the small freight forwarders and custom brokers. Now for them, you require a proper, space in these clusters to handle these things. Maybe a bonded warehouse or other warehouse where the industries can store their goods and save on duties and, store the goods, and whenever they need the goods to take it out rather than paying the duty upfront and taking the goods out. So these are the very, very important things which are required for the industrial towns to be there. Now, other thing is, these, clusters, when they are doing planning, they should plan it in such a way that they should not, if they have to send the goods by air. Now, when you send it to the airport, now there are roads where the goods are not allowed on certain, 10 hours in a day. So there should be a dedicated roads going to these airports or seaports which can help these clusters to clear the goods on time and, fly it on time, these things. So these are the things which are very, very important to be seen in making these, exim trade really a very successful and, to make sure that the goods, the logistic cost is not made higher for the goods coming from these clusters. They should be competitive, and we should make sure that the service levels are given to these people. Now these, there are ICDs, AFS policies of the government that all these things should be closer to the production centers, like airfare stations. The government, they made the policy in 2014. The airfare station is closer to the production units. So they should, allow these, AFSs and ICDs and CFSs closer to all these industrial towns so that to make sure that the logistic cost doesn't go up. So that's what I can say. And, if this can be seen, I think it will be a great help to these industrial towns to increase their production and everything. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is Shri Mangal Dev, Director, Hitachi India Private Limited, FICCI. Shri Mangal Dev is the Director of Hitachi India Private Limited and Head of Hitachi Railway Systems Business, India and South Asia. Shri Dev has tremendous experience of managing businesses of MNCs and startups, demonstrating unprecedented growth by creating sustainable growth strategies. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody, and Honorable Minister and the dignitaries on the dais we are waiting for. I think today's showcasing of this industry cluster was phenomenal. We heard the previous speakers to enthralled by the presentations and the work that is being done, not in silos, but as part of the Gati Shakti. And I just want to share a few experiences, I would say, where Hitachi or personally I am involved. I can see that the industrial corridors are primarily connected to the railway and that too with the dedicated freight corridor. And I can take pride that both Eastern DFC and the Western DFC I have been part of it from the very inception, from 2005 till, very recently when it is getting completed. And I think it's a phenomenal success that these clusters are linked to these very, very important railway network and the highways and of course the airports that we talk about. So in order to, accelerate the GDP or the economic growth of the country, we need to connect every cluster, industry cluster, which should be formed, based on these concepts, which are very, very strong and important concepts. So, around 2010, when I was in the previous company, when we were trying to look for a very massive piece of land to set up a railway rolling stock factory, and we have to scout in the industrial areas in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, and then finally we ended up in a private SEZ, I would say, called Shri City. And the speciality of that was that we wanted a test track to be as long as 3 kilometers, to test the trains before it can be commissioned. And therefore, those are very, very special, of course, and we found one in Shri City. And today we heard about different investors talking about the sizes, starting from a very small size to a very big size. But I think what you have to showcase, every size, you have every size. So I think that is very, very phenomenal achievement, to offer to every kind of investor. In terms of connectivity, as we all know, the cost of logistics in India is perhaps the highest at around 15%, and the entire endeavor of Gati Shakti and, multimodal logistics hub, multimodal transport hub, and the dedicated freight corridor, and the railways trying to double, quadruple, and, whatnot. I think it's a phenomenal work going on. But I can also add that very soon, we talked about people's connectivity. So this is, the freight connectivity, but what about the people connectivity? So I can share that a good example, of the high speed between Mumbai and Ahmedabad. I think that will be a very showcase thing that people can travel through the industrial corridors from one big industrial center to another big industrial center. And not just one, I think we need a large number of such high-speed corridors, and I think that will solve the real problem, whether it is the workers who have to move or, the people who are, associated for commercial and the other activities, they have to move. What it is going to give is a couple of things. One is that you can move very, very fast people from end to end for business and other activities, but also the time taken. Time taken from one big cluster or one big city to another big city. It is going to reduce, and it's going to shrink, the geography of the country, so that the economic activity will accelerate. And I think what else than a good example in Japan, or, also we see such cases in China. So I really like to, share this idea. And the second is that each one of these stations, high-speed railway stations, perhaps can become a smart city or a big city by itself. So, today we have this urbanization issue to solve, people moving into the urban cities, and we wanted to clear, perhaps Dholera was one such example where we wanted to create a smart city, and now we have a smart city as well as a industrial corridor. I think we need a combination of these two. We talked about that, transit-oriented development, as well as industrial corridors, the dedicated freight corridor or the industrial corridors for the freight, as well as the high speed. I think we have to think about all different kind of connectivities and corridors. And I think once these come together, we will see that we are ready for future. We are ready to take off. So these are some of the examples. I'm sure, this august audience today will come up with other suggestions. And on behalf of FICCI, I would like to thank you, all the organizers, and especially NICDC for this phenomenal conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Deepak Bagla, Managing Director, Invest India. Mr. Deepak Bagla has a professional career of over 3 decades with the World Bank, Citibank, and private equity, having responsibilities across Europe, Africa, and Asia. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think if you take it down from Google, that's a little too long. It really doesn't help. But listen, thank you so much. Good evening. It's such a pleasure to have you all with us. And, let me just start by telling you a little what Invest India is, because I'm sure many of you don't know. We are the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency of the Government of India. Our primary function is to handhold each and every investor and get their investment grounded in India. The second is Startup India. We are the execution arm for Startup India. The third is we are the execution arm for the Prime Minister's Science and Technology Initiative. And the last vertical being that we are also working on the digitization of the entire investor journey. It's very interesting. And I'll start with that. And you know what really got me was your comment when you were looking to set up your plant. And instead of India, you decided on China. And I'll tell you what happened with us during the lockdown, the worst lockdown ever in human history. Last year in October, we were doing some virtual webinars. And we had a company which reached out to us, which was an electronics company. They had already bought their plant in Vietnam, not a plant, but a plot of land had been allotted to them. And they go into the automobile industry. They just happened to get in touch with our team. The team worked with them. We finally brought it to a point where the cost in India, landed cost, is 18% lower than Vietnam. They are no longer putting it up in Vietnam. They are putting it up in a state in South India. Now, I'll tell you why am I telling you this. It's very interesting because until last year, so whenever we do the India presentation, we have a tagline. Until last year, the tagline was transforming India. And the reason why we use that tagline, because this is the most unprecedented transformation ever in human history in the free world. Both in terms of the pace at which India was changing, at the scale at which India is changing, but I will not speak about that. I'll tell you what is now the new tagline of our presentation. We actually just finalized it last week. And Mr. Ratnu, I was telling you, because this is what we want to now take forward to the world. And the new tagline for our presentation is the India Promise. We have moved from that transformation, and now we are promising you that when you come to India, what will happen. And let me tell you, the two biggest things to my mind, we started Invest India, effectively Invest India 2.0, in 2015 when the Honorable Prime Minister wanted this agency to be created. The biggest change which I have noticed, and there are two things. One is you talked about those industrial land banks and these townships, very critical. And I must compliment what you've done in Noida, let me tell you. And we are doing multiple others. We've started a rating system. We are bringing global best practices to you to make that happen. And we are seeing this across the country. By the way, you know, we have over 7,000 industrial clusters in India. The specialization which we bring in India in terms of an ecosystem is unmatched anywhere. The only thing we need to do is to upgrade them anyway. Let me tell you the second biggest thing to my mind, which is now going to be a big game changer. And this alludes to what you said, this alludes to what Mr. Rao said. I know, you know, once an investor, this was 2 years ago, and this is just before the lockdown, Mr. Ratnu. He was in my office and he said, what if you go and get a blood test and you don't know when you're going to get the report? He said, that's what I feel when I come into India. I put in an application and I have no idea when I'll get that approval. And I heard that from all of you. And you can hear that pain, and especially now that we've all been through blood tests and you get your RT-PCR, you don't know when you're going to get the result. It can be really excruciating. Well, just about 120 days ago, we've done the soft launch of what is the National Single Window. I would urge all of you to please come on to that portal. What you need to do there, when you come, it will ask you a few questions. You will get one application form. You just fill that out once. You just give in your documents once, and then it goes to get you all approvals which you require, both at the central and the state government level. We've already done up to about 6,000 odd approvals which have gone through it. We are doing the soft launch on it. We have a large number of states which have already joined. We have 30 ministries which are on it. To my mind, that probably will be one of the biggest game changers in India. See, let's face it. The opportunity which is available in India is undisputed today. You're the fastest growing, largest economy on the planet. And let me tell you also what happened. Last year, 31st March, when we closed, you had the highest FDI you ever had in your history, right? But let me tell you more interesting. It came from 89 countries. 89 countries trust India today. And I'll tell you the other thing. It came across 63 sectors. There is no other economy on the planet which has received an FDI from so many countries across so many sectors. None. It shows the other thing. The opportunity space, which is across 63 sectors, is one of the biggest opportunities for capital to flow in. And let me tell you the third part to it. It came across 29 states and union territories in India. If I had drawn this chart 5 years ago, it would have been 12 states and union territories. The engine of India has moved beyond the metro cities to the small towns and cities of India. The new India is bottom up and not top down, where each one of our 1.5 billion human resource, which is what we will be in 2024, the highest human resource on the planet, will have the ability to part in. I loved some of the suggestions which came in today. The housing bit, we are working on that. You know, common housing spaces. I don't know if it will ever work to a point where you can actually transfer the ownership to the labor, because that typically doesn't happen anywhere in the world. But that is one of the things which we are already wanting to do when we are upgrading each of these clusters. I'll tell you what we are working on. If somebody came to me today and said, I have $1 trillion, can you take it? I can't. We did not have the capital absorption capability, which is very critical in a market. Today we have that. If you go to my India investment grid, I would urge each one of you to please go. By the way, you must come onto the Invest India website. It's rated as the world's #1 website of all IPAs. And your Invest India, which was what I represent in a short period of 7 years, has been rated by the UN as the world's #1 investment promotion agency. And by the way, I must tell you, my budget is at least less than 10% of what my competitors globally have. And as the true mark of it, so like the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies based out of Geneva with 105 countries, last year in October, Invest India in India was unanimously elected as its president for 2 years to be a gold standard in the world. Remember, I was telling you how fast India is changing. This is one of those examples. And by the way, I must tell you, I have a young team. Keep me out of it. It's the same as the average age of India, which is 29. Each one in that team has taken a 7 to 95% pay cut to join, only to work with all of you to make India grow. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the new India which is coming up. So when we talk about these industrial clusters coming up and the way, and I must congratulate Mr. Meena, Mr. Abhishek, everyone else who was a part of this. Have you seen how they've gone down to the utilities and they're creating it to a point before they're opening it up? But this is what I was hearing from all of you, and I think the big change which has happened to all of us after this virus is that it is no longer work, live and play. It is live, play and work. Our lives have changed and our minds have changed, and so are our expectations. And I think the new industrial townships we are all working on and creating these habitats for you are actually wanting to create living habitats for you. And when we talk about the smart cities, by the way, the team is, your team at Invest India is also now working on the one district, one product. And we've got some phenomenal stories which are happening there. If you come to our website, you'll see those stories on how they are joining the dots to make that happen and how you're seeing, and even yesterday, you saw the Ayush thing which came up out of Gujarat. The entire team was there and so was I. And now we've had a large number, so before we have everyone come in, let me just tell you, before COVID started, my book was $69 billion. When I say my book, this is we actually have a dedicated relationship manager for every company which comes in and we help them out on everything. Today, in the midst of that lockdown, my book is at $200 billion. These are not in the air. These are actual indicative plans of each of these companies. We know exactly when the money is coming, what is happening. 36 billion of that has already come in. This is what is actually happening, which is not out there in the public domain yet. And this is creating a momentum which is now picking up. So when you talk of Hyundai is one of its most efficient plants in the world, it's in India. When you talk of Toyota as one of its most efficient plants in the world, it is in Pune. This story goes on. It's not that we are not efficient. We have to bring down logistics. But let me also say, when somebody tells you that 12% or 15%, it's not broadly across. If you take it sectorally and geographically, you will say it impacts you in a different manner. But the moment Gati Shakti comes in, that tying up of the last mile is what we all needed. And that is what is now happening. So when I have a national single window, and my next phase on the national single window will be what you wanted. One is we brought you the application, right? So that's simple enough. And you put in all your documents once, so you don't have to go around doing it multiple places. The second will come, which is what we have started the re-engineering process, is where we will now bring it within a timeline. So that is already started, and what really helps us is that we are the only platform in the country where all the state governments and the central government together own it. So it works seamlessly across the country, so as to speak. There are multiple other initiatives which are happening on this one. In fact, one of the things we will be doing at some of these townships, if we're going to be mapping them, you know, I was hearing earlier, sectoral mappings are very critical. I've had a number of countries which have come to us and they want country townships, like the ones which we have in Japan. We are working on those. I heard someone mention about the logistics, hub. We already are looking at some of these hubs being created. Some states have already earmarked plots of land where we'll be creating logistics hub or other sectoral hubs. So you will be all out there. And I understand completely why a plug-and-play model and a very effective ecosystem can only be created if we create these hubs. And these could be sectoral or these could be regional, that is based on countries. But to my mind, the biggest change which is making happen in India is our states. Investment comes to a state in India. It doesn't just come to India. And you know, if I look at my 28 states plus 8 special territories, let me divide them into 3 buckets of, let's say, 8 to 9 each. This aircraft is currently being powered by 1 engine. And I'll tell you what I'm trying to say. My growth rate is currently 8.5%, 9%. I have 1 engine of about 9 states, which is growing at 8.9% plus. In fact, I have states growing at 12%, 14%, even 15%. That engine is firing. The second engine is anywhere between 6 and 8.5%. That is now getting ready to fire. The third engine is at 4.5 to 6.5%. That will start firing in the next 24 months. You know what I'm trying to say? The ministers come. My last line. This story has just begun. So next time, India is the place. Thank you, the ministers here.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest will join us in any moment from now. So as a matter of respect, we'll pause for a while. We'll wait for him to enter. We request all of you to please welcome him with a standing ovation and a thunderous round of applause as and when he enters. We request all of you to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. We are eagerly waiting for our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, to join us, and he will be here in any moment. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji has arrived. Let's welcome him with a standing ovation and a thunderous round of applause. Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles. A very, very warm and hearty welcome to Honorable Minister. Thank you so very much for gracing this event with your benign presence. We are indeed very lucky to have you as our chief guest today. आज आप यहाँ समय निकाल कर आए हैं, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly keep the applause going and you may please be seated. Joining him on stage is Shri Anurag Jain, Secretary DPIIT and Chairman NICDC, and Shri Amrit Lal Meena ji, Special Secretary Logistics DPIIT and CEO and MD NICDC. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now formally welcome our distinguished dignitaries present on stage. I request Shri Amrit Lal Meena ji, Special Secretary Logistics DPIIT and CEO and MD NICDC, to welcome our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, with a bouquet, please. Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution and Textiles. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I now request Shri P.K. Agarwal, Chief Financial Officer, NICDC, to welcome Shri Anurag Jain ji, Secretary DPIIT and Chairman NICDC, with a bouquet. A very hearty welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now introduce Shri Amrit Lal Meena ji, Special Secretary Logistics DPIIT and CEO and MD NICDC. Shri Meena holds the post of Special Secretary Logistics DPIIT and CEO MD NICDC. He is an officer of Indian Administrative Services of Bihar cadre, having served the nation for over 32 years. He is BTech in Electrical Engineering and Postgraduate Diploma in Public Policy and Management from IIM Bangalore. I now request Shri Amrit Lal Meena ji to render the welcome address and a brief presentation on setting the context of today's conference. Can we all please welcome him?
Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Minister Commerce and Industry, Textile, Food and Public Distribution, respected Shri Anurag Jain ji, Secretary DPIIT, colleagues from NICDC and Ministry, officials from the state government, representatives from the industry associations, participants from the industry, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of NICDC, I warmly welcome Honorable Minister, Secretary Sahab, and all of you to this roundtable being organized on behalf of NICDC. Sir, in the first session, all the 4 NICDC SPBs have made their presentations. The CEOs gave presentation about the cities they are developing, sir. We have CEO from all the 4 SPBs, sir. Mr. Narendra Bhushan from Noida, sir. Officer Mr. Ranga from Maharashtra, sir. Then we have from Vikram Udhyogpuri and Harish Shukla from Dholera, sir. We also have ACS Industries Karnataka and, sir, CEOs of the upcoming new SPBs, sir. We have called all the states, sir, wherever the nodes are to come up, sir. We have participation from all the industry associations and the industries, sir, who have taken land in our industrial nodes, and those who are planning to take land, they have also been called, sir. Sir, during the course of presentation, in-depth discussion has taken place. We had a preliminary question answer also, sir. And the industry association representatives from CII, FICCI, SOCHM, and PhD CCI, they have spoken, they have given their suggestions, sir. We have made a note of it, sir. There is immense enthusiasm from the participants, sir. They have seen and felt that extraordinary work is being done by way of creation of world-class infrastructure in new cities, sir. Lot of response is visible, sir. We have kept the Q&A session to be presented in front of you, sir, so that you get a feel of the impression they have taken, sir. So I again welcome Honorable Minister and all the participants, and with this conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now showcase a film on National Industrial Corridor Program. You may please direct your attention towards the screen.
Steady migration from the rural areas to metros and bigger cities has led to an unplanned urbanization, causing a severe strain on the urban infrastructure. Though urbanization is inevitable, the choice is to undertake planned urbanization or leave cities to swell in natural progression to meet the increasing demand for urban areas, facilitate economic growth, and increase the share of manufacturing in India's GDP, and to generate more employment opportunities. The creation of new cities with world-class infrastructure is the need of the hour. Addressing these issues, a massive project is already underway, which is now the cradle for development of a new India. An India that is smart, that is connected, an India that is becoming a model to the world. This was made possible with the vision of India's one of the largest infrastructure program, the National Industrial Corridor Development Program. The aim of this program is to develop greenfield industrial smart cities in India, which can compete with the best manufacturing and investment destinations in the world. The cities are being developed using state-of-the-art world-class infrastructure, which is future-proofed by adopting best-in-class next-generation technologies. The program is aimed at providing impetus to planned urbanization in India, with manufacturing as the key economic driver.
बीते सालों में 4 इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर शुरू हो चुके हैं और अब ऐसे कॉरिडोर्स की संख्या को 1 दर्जन तक बढ़ाया जा रहा है। अब देश की इंडस्ट्री को ऐसी सुविधाएं देने का प्रयास है जो प्लग एंड प्ले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से युक्त हो, यानी देश और दुनिया के निवेशकों को सिर्फ अपना सिस्टम लगाना है और काम शुरू करना है। ऐसी ही सुविधाओं के निर्माण से भारत दुनिया की बिजनेस कैपिटल बनने का सपना साकार कर सकता है।
These cities are planned by leveraging the existing and planned infrastructure in the form of western and eastern dedicated freight corridors, expressways, national highways, and other transportation backbones. The program has been conceptualized in line with the PM Gati Shakti vision for providing multi-modal connectivity infrastructure to various economic zones, encompassing roads, railways, ports, airports, gas pipelines, power networks, telephone, optic fiber lines, etc. This integrated and seamless connectivity will reduce the time and cost of transportation and will facilitate the last mile connectivity. It will make India globally cost competitive and will help in attracting investments into manufacturing sector from across the globe. It will also boost exports by increasing the share of domestic manufactured goods in the global value chains. The program is based on the principle of cooperative federalism with Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas as the mantra. It covers 11 industrial corridors spanning the length and breadth of the country with 32 projects spread over 18 states proposed to be developed in a phased manner. The main focus is on creation of infrastructure ahead of demand, improving logistics, building sustainable and resilient infrastructure to fulfill the objective of Atmanirbhar Bharat. These greenfield industrial smart cities provide plug-and-play infrastructure like water, power, ICT connections and waste collection at the plot level. The master plan of these cities with the detailed engineering of utilities has been carried out with the perspective of next 40 to 50 years and are ICT controlled, operated and can be managed through a central command and control center. Before the land allotment process, these projects are completely de-risked by securing land and obtaining all necessary clearances and approvals, including environment clearances. This has resulted in faster turnaround for industries to set up their manufacturing units. A single window clearance system further ensure ease of doing business to the investors. Sustainable development practices like adoption and promotion of renewable energy sources, state-of-the-art water, sewage and waste treatment plants, etc. make these cities self-sufficient. These cities promote multi-product and multi-sectorial industrial parks with only restriction to industries which are highly polluting in nature. The program is further supported with the state-of-the-art logistics infrastructure provided through multi-modal logistics parks. A walk-to-work concept with a secure and safe environment makes these cities a dream come true for many. A holistic approach to development through an integrated city planning will make these cities rank high on the ease of living index. 4 greenfield smart cities have already been developed and the process of land allotment has started. Infrastructure packages worth Rs 9,000 crore have been awarded and are under various stages of completion. Many industries have actually started commercial production and many are in the process of setting up of their factories. Approximately 3,000 acre of developed land for industrial use and 3,000 acre for commercial, residential, institutional purposes is available for immediate allotment. On similar lines, various other projects are underway across the nation.
The authorities are actually reaching out to us in terms of understanding where we stand, what are our requirements, etc. So there is a proactive approach. One is their keenness to approach us, to understand what is our problems and provide solutions through these net-based services. So that is really helpful.
So first plan approval was fast, consent to establish was fast and power connection was fast. So I could speed up the construction time.
They have a good administrative system and they are working almost like a corporate.
If we ask something, they need to action immediately. My friend from Korea, from China, from Europe, I always recommend you can make it in India.
These greenfield industrial smart cities will catalyze and transform India and will mark India's rise by enabling India to grow into a global hub for manufacturing.
A very insightful film indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll now invite some distinguished guests who've been associated with the projects for quite some time now. I would request them to share with us few words on their experience of working with NICDC and their plans of future investments in the projects, if any. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the dais Shri N.S. Satish, President, Higher Appliances India Private Limited. A seasoned business leader with more than 25 years of experience, he is heading the company's India operation that includes sales and marketing, manufacturing, and all support functions of the company. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industries, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Secretary of DPIT and Chairman of NICDC, Shri Anurag Jain ji, Honorable CEO and MD NICDC, Shri Amritlal Meena ji. Very good evening to all the distinguished dignitaries and the industrial captains staying here. It's probably one of the best things which happened in the evening, where we could really see the government and the departments trying to ease the business opportunities in India, the way the investments are being projected, or the ease of operation. I think it's probably one of the wonderful experiences and it's really inspiring to see how the government and departments are pushing. Higher India, we started our operation in 2004. In 2007, we started our refrigerator manufacturing plant in Pune. In 2017, with the support of central government MSIPS project and Maharashtra electronic policy. We started our Pune Industrial Park to manufacture refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioners, and all the home appliances. By 2018, we were looking for the second project operations. With the support of DPIIT, METI, NICDC, DMIC, IIT GNL, and Uttar Pradesh government, we put our foundation stone in Greater Noida plant. Believe me, it's been a wonderful experience. True effect of a plug and play really came into effect. Today, unfortunately, because of the lockdowns which happened, our project got delayed. Otherwise, it would have been operation within a record time. Today, December, we started our commercial production. Today, it is the largest home appliances manufacturing plant in India, completely integrated. We manufacture refrigerator, air conditioners, and the washing machines also. So, I've been in this industry for the last 25 years. I've seen the transition of this industry from a black and white television to a OLED television, from a single-door refrigerator to a four-door refrigerator. I've seen this transition. Trust me, the Make in India initiative, it's just not a concept, and probably it's a clear reality, which we have seen. The programs like MSIPS, PLI schemes, which have been introduced, trust me, has transformed our industry from a 80% dependency on import and 20% domestic. Today, it's a reverse situation where 90% of our manufacturing is done in India and 10% is probably the import. So this is enabling, there are multiple things which are happening. One is, yes, of course, with the penetration level in our industry, it's still low. Like, for example, when we see a refrigerator, it's around 35%. Air conditioner, when we see, it's about 10%. You know, it's a huge market which is there to explore. What is making all these initiatives is to bring in the world-class product to the Indian consumer, and India definitely could become the global supply manufacturing hub. So that's the kind of initiatives, these initiatives are helping us. We would like to acknowledge DPIIT for launching these flagship programs like Ease of Business, Startup India, and Industrial Corridor projects. Trust me, as a brand, when I'm standing here, we have been benefited from each of these programs and made our operational much better and much more efficient. The one project which we saw, PM Gati Shakti Yojana, I'm sure with the kind of planning which we saw today, the infrastructure use probably will be put into the best optimum utilization to save the time as well as the cost efficiency which can be bought. Lastly, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to DMIC, IIT GNL, for providing us the wholehearted support. Trust me, when I'm making the statement, every word we mean it. From the time we started our project, day of foundation laying, till we went into commercial production, the entire infrastructure was behind us even to take care of our minor issues. And today, somebody was saying about the infrastructure. I use this infrastructure every day on the road. Trust me, it's probably one of the best in the world. I mean, I would say Noida, entire area, Greater Noida project is completely, in terms of the infrastructure, road, everything is fantastic. Lastly, I would like to give my deepest respect and gratitude to Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Shri Anurag Jain ji, and Amrit Lal Meena ji. Thank you. And last but not least, Shri Narendra Bhushan ji. Definitely he has supported us in the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Shri S.V. Shabde, co-founder of Kotal Films Limited. Let's all welcome him, sir.
Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Shri Meena ji, Shri Anurag Jain ji, and all the dignitaries of the dais who made the presentation in the previous session. I must tell you that whatever Abhishek ji said about the National Industrial Development Corporation, and whatever Ranganayak ji said about the Auric city in Aurangabad is 100% true. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sadanand Shabde. I am the co-founder of Kotal Films Private Limited, which is an Indo-American joint venture. We make thermal lamination films, and 95+% of our production is exported to various countries, almost all countries in Europe and in far-off countries like Kazakhstan and Mexico. Sitting in Shendra, we are able to do this because the logistic is great. We can export our containers from Shendra dry port, Maliwada dry port, to Kazakhstan. That is the situation. My experience with DMIC or Auric City is great. But before that, I must tell you my background. I have 47 years of experience in the industry. I am a chemical engineer, and I started working in 1975 in Goregaon, Mumbai as a shift supervisor. In 1996, I started my first company, which was a small-scale company. And in 2018, I started Kotal Films with my co-founders, who are a consulting firm in America. I have seen, to put in the words of my previous speaker, I have seen the transition from a valve radio set to the current situation. So in 1975, when I started my career, we needed permission for everything. In 1996, it was a very different scenario. But in 2018, when I started, when I was looking for land and I went to DMIC office, they showed me the map, I selected the land, and they trained me on the app, which is the land management app. Everything is online. I applied online. I got a call for the land allocation meeting. And in the land allocation meeting, I did not know anybody who was sitting across the table. They ascertained that I was a sincere investor and not a speculator. And within 15 days, I got the land allocation letter. It was a Ganesh Chaturthi day, which is a holiday in Maharashtra. So I got the letter on the email. The second thing is, after that, when I submitted the plans, it's a very different thing. In the old days, when I started in 1996, you had to make a thick box file of A0 drawings, submitted in triplicate, and then you had to do a lot of follow-up. In the current scenario in Auric City, you submit your drawings online. It is assessed by a software. The software tells you what is wrong. You correct those mistakes, and you get online approvals. As far as the power, Goyal Saab some time back raised this question about power. Within the Auric City, let me tell you, from the Auric substation to the industry, the power cables are laid underground. There is no interruption on part of the Auric substation. Okay, they buy power from the Maharashtra State Electricity Board, which is sometimes unreliable. So overall, I will, if I compare my experiences of 1996 and 2018, I sometimes don't believe that I am living in India. Like the first speaker, yes, I regret that I was born 20-25 years too early, but I am happy that my son and daughter have a conducive environment to work in, and I thank everybody, and I'm extremely happy and proud that the industrial environment in this country is changing like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll now invite on the dais Shri Platon Richkov, Director, Government Relation, NLMK Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for giving me a floor. I'm glad to be part of this roundtable conference, which has a substantial potential for strengthening investment cooperation between the parties. Today, I would like to present you with some details of NLMK investment project on the production of cold-rolled grain-oriented steel, CRGO, in India, and bring your kind attention, thank you, to the matter which we as company believe can define the future of the initiative and influence its success. Let me please start by saying that NLMK is one of the world-leading producer of CRGO, or transformer steel. Around 80% of company's production is provided to foreign markets, and around a quarter of that goes to Indian market. India, on the other hand, is a large consumer of transformer steel. Its import more than 300,000 tons of transformer steel a year, which amounts to about $600 million. And the demand of transformer steel is still constantly growing. NLMK projects in India entails building the production facilities for manufacturing transformer steel in Maharashtra state in Aurik industrial zone. Proposed production capacity 64,000 tons, which will cover around 22% of current Indian needs of transformer steel and significantly reduce countries' dependence on foreign supply. The project will also bring an investment of around 650 crore rupees to the Indian economy, creating new jobs and boosting the development of related sectors. Moreover, the localization of transformer steel production in Aurik industrial zone could lead to the establishing of a technological cluster in that zone. The idea of strengthening NLMK presence in the Indian market was first introduced in 2018. Since that time, following the analysis of investment opportunities, NLMK approached Maharashtra government, NICDC and ITL for detailed negotiation on the terms and conditions of potential investment. When choosing the location of the project, of course, various aspects were taken into consideration. And the key ones were, in addition to accessibility to the consumers, of course, adequate rental rate of the land plot, availability of infrastructure, energy, resources, water, gas, possible support measures of the central and state government. And a very important aspect was and is the relationship with the state government, NICDC, ITL, and MIDC, and the management of the concerned regional authorities. I am deeply pleased to note the attentiveness, responsiveness, and willingness to resolve all various issues that always arise during the implementation of the projects. Today we have very good working, even friendly relations with the management of these concerned organizations. We appreciate the effort of the central as well as the state government in providing all the required support to NLMK in setting up our manufacturing units in Aurik. The project is granted with the mega project status. Respective incentives are provided, like reimbursement of SGST, exemption from payment of electricity duty, exemption of payment stamp duty. All approvals as for today for construction activities granted to our company. The granted investment incentives were defined by the economy of the project and considering the terms and of investment enjoyed by other foreign producers in India. Considering potential mutual benefits associated with the investment projects, NLMK proposed the Indian government to consider for further facilitating investors and the issuing of central and state decision of investment incentive for the prospective projects. In the end, I would like to appreciate the effort of the Government of India in providing world-class infrastructure to a multinational company like NLMK to set up its facilities in India. It's really astonishing to see a new India getting created. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Captain Shivaji Mahatkar, Advisor, Hyosung India Limited. Sir, can we all please welcome him to the dais, ladies and gentlemen?
Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal, sir. Honorable Secretary Mr. Jain, Honorable Special Secretary Mr. Meena, distinguished guests, captains of industries, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to address such an august gathering here this evening. I would like to thank NICDC for having given this opportunity to address this august gathering. We, Hyosung India Private Limited, are part of Hyosung Group of Companies, a South Korean multinational. Our total global sales is $27.8 billion. Globally, we have more than 80 locations with over 30,000 employees worldwide. As far as spandex, the product we chose to manufacture in Aurangabad, is concerned, we have 10 manufacturing locations for spandex globally, including India now. And for this product, we have 40 sales and marketing offices linking all continents. It may interest you to note that we have 65% share of the Indian market for spandex and 33% of the share of global market for spandex. We would not have embarked on this journey had it not been for the Make in India program mooted by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, attracted the attention of our head office in Seoul, and therefore we decided to explore the promises made by India. While the project report was being made, I was specially mandated to select between 3 locations in India: Dahej in Gujarat, Visakhapatnam in Andhra, and Auric City in Aurangabad for establishing this plant. It was very rewarding to learn of the ambitious plans of NICDC and the joint ventures set up by the DMIC authority and MIDC to establish the state-of-the-art greenfield smart industrial city in the industrial corridor. We were totally convinced of the merit of the facilities, the incentives, management, etc. of the new age industrial city. It was very pleasant to interact with the bureaucrats who were more like a corporate house than the government. It was therefore only but natural for us to finalize Auric as our location. Of course, there were many challenges, but they were resolved as fast as they appeared. It is a matter of great pride to say that we signed the MOU with AITL in February 2018 in magnetic Maharashtra, where the Honorable Minister was present himself. And by September 2019, we were in full-fledged production. Korean companies work at lightning speed. But I must say here that our speed was possible only because NICDC and AITL would match our speed as efficiently as was needed to deliver on time. We have purchased 100 acres of land in Auric, where we have utilized 25 acres for this plant. The current plant consumed this land. However, we are already in the process of expansion and shall consume an additional 10 acres of land for the current expansion. We are looking at utilization of the rest of the land with additional projects and investments. With the current expansion, we expect to increase our current production of 20,000 metric tons to 36,000 tons per annum, and the total investment will go up to rupees 1,500 crores. It may be pertinent to mention here that as the anchor project of Auric, we were the first industry to enter Auric, while Auric itself was finding its feet on ground. Though Auric does have a single window system, I have no hesitation in saying that all the issues that came by in the process were settled in good time to our full satisfaction. I'll mention about the possession and occupation of the land. It was very, very smooth, though some former occupants, farmers, continued to conduct agricultural activities and usage of temporary water wells on the land allocated to us. With the help of AITL, we could amicably settle these issues. The land that we purchased was uneven and had altitudinal differences. I'm very happy to inform that AITL took immediate action to level 30 acres of undulated land very promptly and at no cost to us. It is well known that EC, the environmental clearance, was one of the major issues that stalled many projects during 2009 to 2014. However, in case of Auric, AITL obtained EC for Auric City so that individual units do not need to obtain individual EC. With AITL support, we were granted EC waiver and CTE and CTO without any problem. However, the process did take longer than the expected time and required multiple meetings and presentations to MPCB, but again, with the help of AITL, we could overcome all these issues. Since we were the anchor project, electricity, water, and other infrastructure were at the nascent stage. Initially, the CETP and substation was supposed to be completed before our first phase operationalization. Once again, ATI stepped in, and the operationalized minimum required capacity for the CETP to meet our discharge requirements, and also arranged for alternate power source that our project started on time. I would like to commend the AITL Town Planning Department for the speedy approvals of building plans, requisite NOCs, etc. All our concerns were adequately addressed, and we received tremendous support and prompt response from AITL. Finally, I would like to say that being the first entrant to Auric City, we faced difficulties jointly alongside AITL. It is a pleasure to note that all activities have now been streamlined and are very much online, and therefore difficulties shall not be experienced by the others. In conclusion, I would like to say that we were accosted with many problems and issues, but we were, our hand was held by AITL and we could sail through. Our success story has been highly appreciated by our head office in Seoul, and as soon as the pandemic subdued, our head office granted us permission to build the second plant, which is expected to become operational by July 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Shri Anand Bangar, Chairman, Srinivas Farm Chem Private Limited. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Shri Anurag Jain ji, Shri Amritlal Meena Sahab, and the august gathering in the house. We are privileged to be part of this Investors Roundtable conference. India is moving ahead with the mantra of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and so do we as Srinivas Pharmachem Private Limited, a new name which is taking its shape in the industrial township of TMIC Vikram Udyog Limited in the field of active pharmaceutical ingredients, intermediates. Needless to say, this pandemic has taught us a lesson of being self-reliant and self-dependent. So, aligning our company's vision with our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we want to narrow down our dependence on international market, particularly Eastern countries for pharmaceutical ingredients. We aim to enhance India's manufacturing capabilities in pharmaceutical sector and create global champions from India using cutting-edge technologies. What a smooth and clear functioning of both DMIC, VUL and MPIDC was there, right from the inception of putting application for land online portal, receipt of LOI, signing of land agreement, registration of land with registrar, providing various approvals, providing water connection, and all other documentation and support needed has been relentlessly provided by the staff of DMIC, VUL, and MPIDC, and no roadblocks were ever came across. No doubt, we still are going smooth with their cooperation. Obviously, it is all happening under the leadership of our Secretary, Mr. John Kingsley, sir. A great gratitude from our side to him and his team. Further, we are excited towards the upcoming medical device park to be set up in VUL. The medical device park will prove to be a boon for not only Central India, but across India as well as at global level. VUL will prove to be the true pharma and medical device hub for Central India locations. It's our request to the dignitaries present over here to propagate this medical hub by way of road shows, seminars, conferences, to all of our generic hubs across the country and, if possible, globally. We, as promoters, are already into packaging industries for pharmaceutical companies. So a new dimension in the packaging business we are about to start, whereby we are acting as a raw material provider to the pharmaceutical industries. In achieving our aim, undoubtedly, MP, DIC and Vikram Udyog Puri are the key partners. I would like to throw some light on our plans. The company will be investing 125 crores in 2 phases. We aim to generate direct and indirect employment of about 1,200 people. We aim to set up an eco-friendly plant taking into consideration the sustainable development goals. We are also aiming to set up a world-class R&D setup. The company is primarily targeting to produce active pharmaceutical niche ingredients. These products will cater to local as well as global health distress like cancer, glaucoma, viral, hypertensive, and coagulant, etc. Once again, a big thank you to all of you and to the team of VUL for providing us their support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we won't be able to take any questions, though you may interact with Honorable Minister and other respected dignitaries during dinner. Taking the session forward, I'll now take the opportunity to invite on the dais Shri Anurag Jain, Secretary, DPIIT and Chairman, NICDC, to address the August gathering.
Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal ji, my colleague Mr. Amrit Lal Meena ji, captains of the industry, my colleagues from the state and especially the NICDC estates. First of all, let me apologize for being delayed. Actually, Honorable Minister and I were caught in the same program and we were actually making a presentation to the Honorable Prime Minister. So we got delayed and unfortunately this program was slotted only yesterday, so there was no point in rescheduling. We were told that many of you have already come to reach Delhi. So we apologize for the delay. We all know that all the geopolitical situations are changing. The global supply chains are getting realigned. So as I am told, as I understand from my colleagues, that all the major investment decisions in the world are being taken now. Maybe the next 2 years, 2 to 3 years, this realigning of supply chains will get completed. So the biggest opportunity for new investment, if we talk in terms of time, is here and now. Since we are delayed, I'll just make brief points. I'll not explain. I hope since most of these things are I'm just trying to connect the dots, are there in the public forum, you will understand what I'm trying to say. Second point I would like to bring to your notice is the PM Gati Shakti program. I understand you would have seen the film, etc. But that concept is very, very unique. PM Gati Shakti actually breaks the silos of the departments. Now the departments are working together in with convergence. So the efficiency of the outcome is much more. This year in the budget, we made a whopping allocation of 7.5 lakh crore for infrastructure. We also made a special 100,000 crore special window for the states. So on the whole, the total comes to about 10 lakh crore investment on infrastructure. That is never before kind of a concept. But what is more important, this expenditure is going to happen with the Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti concept. That concept is, I'm sure you would have been exposed to that. We have got whatever infrastructure is in place on the GIS map. Whatever infrastructure is going to be prepared, made in the next 4 years is also there. So whenever a new project comes, you can clearly see what are the missing links. In addition to that, we have initiated a very special program for finding out what are the missing links. Suppose there is a port, national highway is going 7 kilometers, 10 kilometers away from there. So the real problem is taking your logistics from the port to the national highway. So there is a special program. Projects have been identified. Similarly, from the user ministry point of view, the coal mines, the steel plants, they have come out with their requirements. So these needs are being specifically targeted. So as a result, what would happen? This expenditure will be more efficient in terms of the outcomes. As a result, our logistic efficiency is bound to improve. This is going to reduce the cost of doing business in the country. So time is important from the global chain perspective. Why India? These are the points I am coming out with. We have got PLI in place, 197,000 crore. That was the original thing which started. This budget talked about another 15th PLI scheme in the telecom sector, 5G sector. In addition to that, we have come out with a separate program of 76,000 crore for the semiconductors. So you add it up, 300,000 crore of direct subsidy in whatever form to the industry, never heard before. Then we are working on the ease of doing business. We started our journey in 2014. In the World Bank ranking, we moved up from 142 to 63. That's a very talked about story. But that ranking stopped coming in 2020. That ranking actually measured ease of doing business only in 2 cities. But as a country, we went much beyond that. We started a program called Business Reform Action Plan, and we started pushing the states, and I'm extremely happy to share there is a very, very healthy competition among states. And things are changing. It is just not, it happened in those 2 cities. It happened across the country. Most of the states have really improved a lot. This is an unfinished project. We achieve something, suddenly we realize something else also comes. Because it's a continuous interaction with the stakeholders. Stakeholders, when they see things happening, they demand for more. So ease of doing we have now started ease of doing 2.0. There is a special focus on decriminalization. I'm sure many of you would have seen a report, jailed for doing business sometime back in the newspapers. We have taken this feedback very constructively. We have actually made them our partners, the people who wrote that piece. We said, please sit down with us, tell us if something is not in our notice, not in our horizon. And then once the problem is identified, the real thing is to identification of the problem. Once the problem is identified, solutions can easily be found. So then we sat down with them, we found out of 27,000 laws they talked about, more than 18,000 laws pertain to labor sector. I'm sure all of you know that the 4 labor codes have already been passed by the parliament. So where is the gap? Gap is in their notification. Why are we waiting for notification? We want every state to come on board. Because if we notify, the existing laws will be repealed. And there will be a vacuum in those states where they are not ready for the notification. So the Ministry of Labor is working with the state governments. Out of the 4 codes, if I recall my last conversation with them, in one code, some 17 concurrences have come, in another code, 26 concurrences. That's the range. So I'm sure soon we'll be reaching a stage when we'll be ripe for notification. But in the meanwhile, you also need to play, the captains of the industry need to play a role when you can actually push the state governments to get into conquering the labor reforms quickly. So this is ease of doing business. We are also coming out with single window. Single window was soft launch on 22nd September. And a lot of approvals have already started, end-to-end approvals have started coming on it. When we were planning the single window, we found that almost about 32 departments and ministries are required, which are related in some kind of approval or other. Not every industry needs every approval, but some kind of interaction is there. Out of 32 departments, 21 departments have already come on board. Remaining 11 departments will come very soon in next couple of months. We are integrating the states also. As of now, 14 states are fully integrated. 2 states have already put up their information. Their processes are getting aligned. And rest of the states we are targeting by March 23. So sitting anywhere applying anywhere in the country, we can move through the single window, apply for all the permissions together. So I hope, but if you're talking about those 14 states which are already on, you can still apply through the single window. We are also working on a single business ID, which will transform the way you interact with the government. You need only one ID. Everything else will be generated by the technology on the back end. You will be able to communicate, interact with all the concerned departments. So single window will become real single window. That is what we are working in synchronization with the other departments. Another point, this Auric City, Dholera, Greater Noida, Vikram Udyog Puri, what this example has shown. This is integrated planning. It's a different urban planning. It is just not industrial cities. They are full townships. And this integrated planning, concepts like walk to work have actually been done here. So we are also talking about, Pradhan Mantri ji has given us a new mantra called ease of living. And this time, in the ease of doing business framework, we have introduced a separate chapter called ease of living. And initially when we circulated, there was a huge pushback from the states. Then we had certain meetings. And now I am very happy to share that every state has come on board. And everyone is in favor of ease of living. And that ease of living is actually reflected in these 4 cities which you have seen. And the remaining 28 notes which would come up over a period of time, you would see. The planning is the same in all of this. I recall when Mr. Shabde was talking about, he said, I find it difficult to believe that I am living in India. Sir, this is the transforming India. This is the reforming, performing, transforming India. It is the real India. This is the changing India. So, when I said this is the right time to invest, India is the right place to invest, and within NICDC centers are the right place to invest. So if there ever was a better time to invest, it is here and now, and the place is these NICDC centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to invite on the dais our chief guest, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution and Textiles.
Thank you very much, Madam. My colleague, Shri Anurag Jain ji, Secretary DPIIT, my colleague Shri Amritlal Meena ji, Special Secretary in the DPIIT, also the MD and CEO of NICDC, all the CEOs of various nodes which are already developed, several officials from the other areas which are under development, state representatives, captains of industry, and more particularly, I must say, all those who have benefited from these projects, some of whom we heard just now. Mr. Deepak Bagla, the CEO of Invest India, who has also made some announcements or not yet made. I'll make the announcement. Okay. All the distinguished participants of this very important program, friends. As Anurag ji said, we feel really bad that we could not join you since the stated time, but we were actually in a very important dialogue with the Honorable Prime Minister. But clearly, the feedback that I've taken about the day's proceedings has truly encouraged me to think bigger and bolder about the future of NICDC. And I must compliment all those who have been associated with this project. I do recall that this was started somewhere in 2008. But when in 2014-15 it was reviewed, we found that we are almost at point zero. There was hardly anything that had happened. None of the lands were in place. None of the master plans had been made. Funding was not provided for. Everything was almost at an announcement stage. And I can share with you, the Honorable Prime Minister continuously is following up with all of us to ensure that whatever is taken up or whatever is decided or announced either through budgetary announcements or through cabinet approvals, sometimes through various addresses by the Honorable Prime Minister, they should be taken to their logical end and should actually start serving industry or the people of India. And I'm delighted to see that based on the feedback that has come out today, this is one project which is now at the cusp of taking off. And I'm sure with the encouraging response and the encouraging words that were spoken during the course of the day, we will feel more enthused to take this project forward in a fast-track mode. When I was hearing one of the colleagues who spoke before me, Mr. Sadanand Shabdeji, I was recalling my own days when I started as an entrepreneur, again of a very small unit like you mentioned, in 1981 or thereabouts. I was barely 17 years old. To get an allotment of 2,930 square meters of land, and that figure will remain with me till I die. 2,930 square meters in NICDC Dombivli. I must have made not less than 90 or 95 trips to the Chakala office of NICDC. Those of you who are from Mumbai or Maharashtra will jolly well know that. You might have visited that also. 90 to 95 trips, right from the time it took or the trips it took to find out what is available, because that was also classified and privileged information. Nobody was willing to share what plots of land are also available. There was a value attached to all this information. And the amount of trips you had to make to try and convince them to allot it to you, as was rightly pointed out, 3 sets of plans, hard copies. I think it was more than 3, but ab itni yadgash hamari bhi achhi nahi hai. But the harassment that it was to get any piece of land is sought to be changed in the new age or new way of working that Prime Minister Modi has brought before the country. I was really delighted to hear that you can experience that plug-and-play infrastructure, which is sought to be offered through the NICDC projects. And I'm happy that at least 4 have taken off. I have today also instructed my colleagues to quickly do an assessment of what the other nodes and the other clusters are willing to do in a time-bound manner. Otherwise, foreclose those projects and offer them to other areas where we can get land on a fast-track basis. If we want to serve you, then I think the states will also have to take ownership and responsibility to provide the land on a fast-track basis. I'm told many of the states where other nodes are planned have attended today's program. Those who have not attended, please convey to them in absolutely no uncertain terms that this is the defined time period. Tell us what land you can acquire and give us or what is available with you, and freeze those projects at that. We cannot wait for years and years for the rest of the projects to come up. As regards the projects that are coming up, I am very happy that many of the project proponents or the CEOs have brought out schemes to promote the utilization of those 3,000 acres that were shown to us or announced, that there's 3,000 acres of land available. I'm given to understand that the CEO Greater Noida has committed for allotment of land within 20 days of making an application. So anybody who's interested, also please now propagate all of these things. Amritalji will have to think of a way that instead of each one propagating his offerings, can we collectively make that offering known to everybody in the world, right? And whether we can use social media, whether Invest India can play a role, whether you can have large advertisements only in the business papers. anybody who's interested in investing or doing business would possibly be reading one or the other of the business papers. In a cost-effective manner, can we convey to the world what is available in those 3,000 acres? The CEO Dholera has also made an offer which I'm sharing with you. He has said that 30% of the land which is there in Dholera or which is available in Dholera, the first movers or the anchor investors who pick up 30% of the land available will be given a 50% discount. Not a small discount. So what I saw is about 1 crore of rupees an acre will straight away come down to 50 lakhs or thereabouts per acre. From the brochure that has been given to all of you, which has the price of the land, my estimate is it's about 1 crore, or maybe in the case of Dholera, slightly less than that. No, Dholera is about 1 crore of rupees an acre. So straight away a 50% discount to the first 30%. Of course, I've told Amrit Lalji that take care to ensure that there's time-bound implementation of those projects, assess the amount of jobs that are being created by those projects. There should be no land squatting just because you're offering a 50% discount. So that discount should be linked with milestones or time-bound implementation and time-bound creation of jobs. Possibly you can even use it for new technology, those who are bringing new technologies to the country, or new partnerships with technology majors. And Greater Noida, of course, is a very expensive piece of land, but Dholera can also take larger projects, land being affordable. We have also asked all the 4 CEOs to look at payment terms, to look at deferred payments, to help you plan your cash flow, and protecting the net present value, so that at any point of time there's no criticism that the government has lost value. But whatever is there will be known transparently and publicly to all. And since all applications are online, we will know who applied first, what area he requires, what jobs he's creating or committing to create, and then ESI PF data can be used to ensure that those jobs really get created. I'm sure the states where your projects are coming up will also be adopting the new labor laws, which will be a good incentive for people to go and invest in those states. And Invest India has been kind enough to offer that they will open a facilitation office or an office to attract investors from across the world in these first 4 industrial townships. Based on that experience, then we can look at our offices in other areas also. Those states which are setting up the 18 states are being urged to do their decision making very quickly, offer the land, otherwise we'll be forced to foreclose those projects and maybe offer them to other states who may be willing to speed up investment. Noida, of course, is expensive land, but I'm happy that the CEO of Noida has announced or has shared with us that they're going to quickly acquire land along the Yamuna Expressway, about 60-70 kilometers from Delhi, as phase 2 of that project, and they're looking at 4,000 acres. So that's truly going to be a good size and scale to be able to offer good quality infrastructure. It'll be obviously more affordable. Please speed that up. I've already talked to the UP government about it. I think 3 or 4 days back I had a conversation about it. Please use that conversation to process that faster. And if anybody gets stuck in any of the states, I'm happy to work as your employee, pro bono, to help you speed up in implementing these projects. I am also open to new ideas. So I request all of you to share with us, through the CEOs or through Amrit Lalji and his team. Rajendra Ratnu, Joint Secretary, is also here, other colleagues, Abhishek is here. Please share with us your ideas. For example, I was asking, what about testing facilities? Are they being made available? I'm told some infrastructure for common testing facilities is being created, but should there be a demand for specific testing? Take, for example, the transformer company which came up. transformer testing is a very specialized activity. Of course, I don't know where in Aurangabad they are located. We are through PM Gati Shakti. We are mapping all the testing infrastructure in the country also. But anywhere, and I'm saying this beyond the NICDC projects also, if industry is working in clusters and requires any specific testing facilities, BIS is willing and happy to set up testing facilities whichever part of the country there's adequate demand for that test facility. We will invest in the most modern testing equipment and make it available at very affordable prices so that industry can get testing at nearby locations. Of course, in the NICDC nodes, we'll be happy to provide testing facilities wherever there's a commonality of interest. Of course, if there's one unit, then he'll have to arrange for his own testing facilities. There also, if required, BIS or QCI can authorize that testing facility and make it a approved facility if it's of high quality with good equipment. And we may also find a way, Anuragji, find some solutions to this, that if somebody, let's say the transformer company, I don't know, I'm just talking to the top of my hat right now, if they invest in setting up a facility for testing transformers in their premises, but their requirement may not be round the year or may not be so large. We may even allow them to offer it, once approved, to other people who may want to use that facility in the vicinity and charge a reasonable price for it. That's of course a contract between the user and the provider of the facility. We need not interfere in that. But we may allow them to, ultimately the nation's assets have to be put to good use. As we say in business management terminology, let's sweat our assets as much as we can. Let's put to use whatever infrastructure or facilities are created wherever to the maximum possible use. So let's say if an Aurangabad NICDC node, you have created some facility. If the nearby area also requires it, maybe outside your zone, and you have spare capacity without compromising the needs of those who are within the zone, I think for a fair cost you should allow that. There's no harm in it. Ultimately it will serve somebody in the country and serve industry in general. But as I said, without compromising the priority that our own units within the zone should receive. Or if you set up a common effluent treatment plant, by making it slightly bigger, if you can also serve, I don't know, but I'm just saying maybe Waluj is nearby. Or ek aur hai na Aurangabad ke paas dusra. There are 2-3 industrial estates there. I have no problem if pipelines can be drawn and if it's viable and necessary. I'm not forcing a thing. I'm just saying work with an open mind so that we can use our assets to the maximum capacity. Somebody mentioned, and I think again Mr. Shedge mentioned that he's born, he wishes he was born now and he was born 25 years too early. It reminds me of what Prime Minister Modi had said while addressing the nation, that while most of us in this room may not have been born at the time India gained independence, and I'm saying this in the context of 75 years of independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which we are celebrating. Prime Minister had said that while most of us, and particularly our young boys and girls over here, may not have been born to fight for the country's independence or serve the nation in the independence struggle, I think we need not stress over it, we need not feel bad about it. We have an opportunity today, over the next 25 years of Amrit Kal, as we go from 75 to 100 years of independence, as we progress from a developing nation to a developed nation, which should be our collective vision and endeavor, I think we can all become soldiers of this fight, of this effort in the Amrit Kal, to work for the nation, serve the nation. And that's an opportunity which all of us have. So let's not lose that opportunity Let's participate in this growth story that India is working on, and let's see how we can make the best use of available facilities and also come up with ideas for the future. I visited the Dwarka Exhibition Center yesterday. Of course, many of you may be aware that at ITPO, the Pragati Maidan complex where we've been having trade fairs for years and years, I've attended them when I was a child, so it must be at least 40 or 50 years old, if not more. We are creating world-class exhibition facilities, comparable to anywhere in the world, both at Dwarka and at ITPO. And I think we have such facilities in Mumbai now, at the Dhirubhai Ambani exhibition complex that has come up at BKC. We have a similar very good facility in Noida, I think, Greater Noida. So India now wants to play an increasingly important role in the MICE activities. MICE as in, I think, exhibitions and conferences, meetings. Right. So in that area, we want to create world-class facilities, and we want to create a situation that tomorrow or a few years from now, instead of the world running to participate in Hanover at European costs, would be more happy to come to New Delhi or Noida, or at times, like Hanover Fair, we could have combined exhibition in Dwarka, in Pragati Maidan and Noida, all collectively creating an ecosystem which is of the scale that no other country can offer. So let's think big in our ambitions. That was the idea that I wanted to share with you. I'm sure going forward, we'll look at huge amount of job creation. This 3,000 acres. I think, Amritalji, we should set a time frame, whether it can be Diwali or it can be the year end. We must set a time frame that in this period, this 3,000 acres should be put to good use. I know we lost good time during the COVID 2 years. Otherwise, a lot of these areas would have been by now put to use. But let that bygones be bygones. Let's plan for the future more efficiently and look at these 3,000 acres starting to serve the nation. Moment that happens, A, your cash flows will be unlocked. B, other states will be encouraged to look at speeding up their projects. C, you can look at phase 2 like you're doing in Noida. D, the ecosystem around this will create many more indirect jobs and will encourage people to flock towards the NICDC when more and more of friends like Hare and all the other colleagues who spoke today, the word of mouth publicity will be worth its weight in gold. And therefore, I think the important message to all of you is, and that is why today's investor roundtable was conceptualized, that the word goes out, this 3,000 acres of plug and play is available. Any more facilities you require there, we are ready to provide. We are ready to look at very, very attractive payment terms. Happy to look at, for example, what Dholera has offered today. So I hope this results in a little bit of a rush. But of course, everything should be done in a very, very transparent manner. As I said, have certain rules of the game. No squatting on land, high job creation, new technologies, and effectively give land for the immediate need and maybe 1 or 2 phases of growth, again in a reasonable time frame. And if we can achieve this, I think the sky is the limit for the future of NICDC. This pioneering infra program also being dovetailed now with PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, by which we'll be able to give better connectivity to all these nodes. We'll be able to offer all these lands through our land bank, which is in public domain, as a part of our national single window, which is already out in public. All approvals in these NICDC areas can be directed through the national single window. So tell all those who are coming in to buy land to do the whole process through NSWS, So there'll be greater adoption and testing of NSWS also, and we'll know what improvements that requires. Business persons will get a feel and a sense of the advantages or the speedy approvals that the national single window offers. So idea being, let's create new benchmarks which should offer world-class facilities at the speed of lightning with transparency of the highest order and hopefully at very affordable prices. That should be our mantra to make India an investment destination of choice over any other. This should be encashed because the world today is looking to engage with India. This is the time, again as Prime Minister says, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. Very often if you don't grab an opportunity at the right time, you lose that opportunity. After all, you've seen the rush of countries wanting to work with India. 2 FTAs in our bag in a span of 2 months. 3 or 4 others at advanced stages of negotiation. Prime Minister of UK already in India, possibly by now, maybe in Delhi also. The European Commission President coming in on Sunday. The summit with President Biden barely, 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago? Look at the interest the world is evincing in India. Today, Prime Minister Modi is the world's tallest leader amongst democracies. And I think if we don't take the advantage of all of the offerings that are on the plate today, and I don't mean just NICDC, whether it's Digital India, whether it's our effort to take financial inclusion to the nook and corner of the country, the collective effort of the nation to ensure we come out of COVID from a position of strength and make India consistently the world's fastest growing economy once again, a position we held until a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. Use all these smart cities and the infrastructure being created across the country. Take advantage of the huge investment opportunities in the $1.4 trillion worth of infra projects which are in the national infrastructure pipeline. Use the facilities of NICDC and the new upcoming areas. Reach out to the rest of the world to attract greater investments into India. Build upon the highest ever export that India has ever done, $670 billion, goods and services combined. Highest ever India has ever done. And individually also the highest in goods and the highest in services. It's a great building block on which we should now grow further in this 75th year of independence. The world wants to do business with us. We have to now choose whether we want to take this forward, whether we want to enjoy the fruits of the global outreach that is available, whether we want to enjoy the fruits of the world's attention, which is today fixated on India. And I am sure smart businessmen, many of them in this room, others whom I hope this message will be conveyed through our industry associations and the EPCs who have come in big way today. I hope the message goes that the smart businessmen will not lose any opportunity to take advantage of these smart industrial townships that have been created. I am confident that today's outreach program will result in significant outcomes. Maybe 3 or 4 months down the road, we should do another session where we'll review what has happened, maybe around Diwali or so, see how much of this message has reached the length and breadth of the country, what happens with the 3,000 acres that you already have, what the other state governments are doing, how many projects more projects get fast-tracked, and whether collectively our vision aligns with the vision of Honorable Prime Minister for a new India, building an Atmanirbhar Bharat, new energy being put into all our programs, the collective commitment of all of us to take development to 135 crore Indians across the country, ensuring that the prosperity of every single individual is our collective commitment, our collective endeavor. I'd like to invite all of you in this room, across the country, investors, industrialists, business houses, exporters, MSME sector, within the country and internationally, to invest in the future, invest in India, invest in the land of opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your remarkable address. All of us present here are highly benefited by the same. We look forward to your esteemed presence in the coming times also with us. Thank you very much. I now request Shri Rajendra Ratnu, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, and Director, NICDC, to propose vote of thanks.
As is said, winners do not do different things, they do things differently. And that is true for our Honorable Minister. Always he will come out of a box solution and guide us. Thank you very much, sir, for initiating and guiding us for this and participating today. I'd like to also thank our Secretary DPIIT, Special Secretary Shri Minaji, ACS from Karnataka, all CEOs and MDs from SPVs, investors and prospective investors. You are the truly to be thanked, even more than my minister at breach of protocol, because you are the truly who have trusted and given us hope. And all the prospective investors, CIA, SOCHM, PSD Chambers of Commerce, FICCI, Mr. Bagla from Invest India, Export Promotion Councils, and team from DPIIT and NICDC who have worked so hard in such a short time, and all the other participants and stakeholders. And I'd just like to conclude with the saying, as said by Honorable Minister, that investment के लिए सही समय है, यही समय है, और NICDC के लिए कि यही जगह है और सही जगह है. Thank you.
We once again thank our Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, for his immense contribution and support. We request the gathering to please join us for dinner. Thank you all for your participation and support. Wish you all a great, great evening ahead. Thank you very much.